Alright, hopefully that's working. But I cannot tell. Why is it not showing this? Alright, whatever. Okay, hopefully I got it. Okay. Alright, can you guys hear me now? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, here, check out the stream and let me know if if that looks good. I'm gonna see it on Twitch, it just looks fun. I'll put it on the D&D Nerd Talk.
Looks good.
Alright,
Who's that in your bottom right-hand corner?
that's me, dude. What you mean? That's my awesome webcam.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm
Just
saying?
looks just looks very familiar to something else. I don't.
I'm a Pog
I
streamer,
can't
dude.
place it.
I'm a Pog streamer. I don't know what you're talking about. Um, so what I plan on streaming is as we're playing along, I'm gonna try and just do quick sketches of the characters and the scenarios we come up across. Hopefully, it'll be funny, or like it'll add to to the to the game. It's gonna be for us anyway, so.
All right. This stream is for mature audiences only.
Yeah, we gotta say that.
Sylvia's here.
Mr. Pounds, are you here?
I'm gonna
Uh, did you ever talk to LBS when you joined the Discord?
Yeah, he was here for a bit. I don't know what happened. But
I see him trying to talk, but we don't hear you,
oh,
LBS.
then no, I'm not paying attention to Discord. I haven't seen
No, I haven't seen him talk. Oh, now I do. But
that.
let's see if I can
Try
turn him up.
disconnecting and connecting LBS. That usually does it. It's a pain in the booty.
You guys hear me now?
No, I cannot hear you right now.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
What's up, Elias?
I had to disconnect and reconnect my mic. That was the issue. It wasn't Discord.
Maybe that's why my AirPods weren't working.
I don't know.
It's weird. I had trouble talking on Xbox too, and I couldn't even hear Javier that whole last round, and we still
You
got
guys
first
won?
place.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, hide you. I'll see if does this work. Does this look?
That's good. Does that give you enough room to draw?
Yeah, I can just control zero and boom, draw whatever. I
Oh,
plan
okay.
on drawing something, then like making it really small and then moving it to the corner of the site.
Gotcha.
This will just be to add some sass to our adventure, pretty much. Oh, you want your thing, Nick? You can come and get what? Unless you got your own still.
So it's good.
Alright.
I'll get it later.
Dude, I'm a massive, like, 5,000 follower streamer. Can you believe it?
Wait, you really got 5,000 followers?
Oh shit, yeah, dude. I bought every single one.
Very
Nice.
nice. I put in an idea of what kind of monster we should face into the chat. You should look at it.
Discord key. Fucking those running lizards. Hell yeah, dude.
These things crack me up.
What the hell? Just runs away.
Just look at him. Just look at him scrabble.
Yeah.
Look at him scrabble. Okay.
Alright, guys, make sure you hit the subscribe button and
Yeah, no, we don't do that. We don't want anyone else knowing about this. This is for record keeping and toiletry purposes. Toilet humor. Okay.
So we're good to go?
We are good to go, my dude.
Okay, so it's pretty close to the same rules as last time. Oh, I'm yawning, sorry. That's a good start.
Mm-hmm.
So the only things we did a little bit differently is Random and I went over some cards that we thought didn't make sense in the end game, mid to end game. So we pulled those, and there. So basically, the game is going to be 3 general stages when it comes to drawing cards. The first stage is what we're going to call like the investigative stage. Like that's when the team makes it out to the field and they start doing their investigation. They start asking the townspeople what's going on. They start looking at the anomaly or trying to find the anomaly. And we're going to limit that. I think with 4 people here, I guess we'll say 16 cards total, like 16 draws. So each person gets 4 cards. And then after that, like in that final round, like cards 13 to 16, we need to kind of transition it over to like the next stage of the story. Like you're leaving, you're either you've got a lead or we're moving out of the fields into like, back to headquarters or the forward operating base, whatever we want to do. And another thing is there's no anomaly cards that are going to be pulled in that first stage. So these are all basically like setup cards and like where do you get your supplies from? Like stuff we don't need in our final card in the climax.
Makes sense.
The next thing we need to decide, I don't know if Brandon and I did it arbitrarily when we tried like a test run of this. We need to set a card limit for this middle stage to the climax. So we're saying, after X number of cards, we basically have like one final draw to get it to the climax. Like it's mandatory. Like once we get those cards, like once we do the whole point is transitioning to the climax. That's just to keep the game from going too long.
If are we doing? Is it like 16 cards for that one too, or
no? Because that is up to us. We can decide. I would say the 16 are kind of like the beginning. Like that,
Okay.
literally, like I don't want to say like the opening scene of the movie, but like it's like the mixture of the opening scene and that establishing all the characters and doing that first
Yeah,
investigation.
we don't really want it to be a set thing. We just want to be like whenever somebody feels comfortable of putting this towards a climax to do it.
Uh, it might be good to set some boundaries just so that we're not, because that's what
Or
we kind
just
of.
to
I
lead
mean,
it, not to just do it, but just to like start
what we'll do, I guess, we'll
happening.
check at 20 cards. Once, so that's 5 cards a person. That's a lot. That's actually quite a bit.
Mhm.
We can make a decision there. So we'll make maybe at okay, we'll do it at 16 cards again. At 16 cards, so when we run a draw like card 17, we'll say, do we want to start heading to the climax, or do you think?
Yeah, let's see how we feel at
Yeah, that's
16
fine.
cards.
Yeah, it makes sense to me.
And then there's no difference in cards between the middle and the climax. The whole idea is just we're going towards the climax, so that's it. Just so that we're not like building forever and going through too much stuff. And I think Random and I ran through a game. Granted, it was me and him, and we were kind of like skipping stuff, and we weren't doing projects. But we went through a full game in like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, maybe. And I thought it flowed better, and like
I liked it as
also.
well. Yeah.
So I think, and they also have cards too. Unfortunately, you can't see them. I have to tell you them, but we don't have to worry about like keeping track of cards anymore, like with the old deck thing.
Yeah, Bernie actually has a deck of tarot now.
That sounds good. Like shoot for like 2.5 hours and make sure it flows like well enough to get there.
This will probably run a little longer just because it's 4 people. And the other thing that Random did is we limited our projects quite a bit. But let's just see.
Just because we were streamlining it. We'll see how long it goes. Yeah, for sure.
But I am ready. That's it. If we really wanted to run the entire thing tonight, I would have to pause at some point. But we'll see how quickly things go. But I'm ready. If Elbis, you said you had some ideas.
No, I was.
He was
memeing. Yeah, essentially.
Oh, okay. Has anyone played Control?
Play what?
Control.
What is it?
It actually is probably perfect for this type of thing. It's like an organization. They're called like the.
I haven't played it, but I've watched a video or two on it.
Yeah, it's like the Federal Bureau of Control or something. I think is what they're called, the FBC. And I like it because it's all Anomaly stuff, but it's not like as the full-on horror that we did like last time. It's a change of pace of like there's like these objects of power, and like for instance, to give you an example, there was a pull string, I want to say at a hotel in the middle of nowhere, like a light pull string, and if you pulled it 3 times, it would teleport you to a hotel in like the middle of Nevada. And people caught wind of it, and then the bureau had to go and investigate it, and like that's another dimension of travel. Like this isn't all like body horror or like
it's like Twilight Zone, right?
Yeah, kind of like other planes of existence. Like one of them that was really funny. They didn't really explain how it happened, but there was a refrigerator, and you were never allowed to not look at it. Someone always had to be looking at it. If you weren't looking at it, like if there was no eyes, it's kind of like what's that thing called? From Doctor Who.
The statue, the
statues. Yes.
Weeping Angel.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it was like that, but it was a refrigerator, and if you didn't have your eyes on the refrigerator, it would. All I saw from the scene was you were getting ready to relieve the guy because he'd been stuck in there too long because there was something else happening in the facility, and by the time she made it into the room, which is blood on the floor, so you don't know what happens, but the refrigerator did something. So it's stuff. It's stuff like weird stuff like that, but it's not necessarily like full on monster horror.
I'm trying not to be quite as like grandiose as our last one was.
That last one was good.
What's another one? Oh, another one was like there was an X-ray machine, and if you happen to stare at it, you're hypnotized. And she went to turn the main character turns the X-ray machine off, and it fries everyone's brains that were staring at it. It's just stuff like it's these weird, and I'm not deep into it. There is like another plane of existence, and there's like these beings that are there, but they don't like. I don't really know what they're. But I did kind of like that idea of like, but I don't really have any ideas for this.
Well, the good thing about something like that too is you could do like multiple sessions with different like things they're investigating too. Like,
Right, that's
if you
true.
wanted to like do a quick one at some point in time, you could just kind of jump back into it, you know.
For sure.
So, any ideas on directions?
It's the curse of the dancing lizards.
Okay,
Um,
so do we have to actually come out with what our institute is right now?
You at least want to have a backstory of maybe. I mean, the institute could be more
where do we want
various.
it to take place? What time and place first? I think that would change what kind of organization we are.
yeah, we need a setting.
What
I think it'd be interesting even now in
you
the
would do
present.
present day?
Give like present day, like Corona, kind of like most people are locked away and
Oh my
hidden.
god,
People
you're gonna
can't get
fucking
out.
make this real for us? Alright.
Well, okay, maybe not. I'm just saying you could have like some really shady stuff could happen, and you wouldn't know about it because everybody's like nobody's traveling as much like they used to.
Corona didn't. Yeah, sure. I'm fine with present time. We get to make a
What about like the 80s or something?
80s.
Those. That's always solid because a lot of the if you don't want to, if the organization doesn't have like super advanced technology, then that always prevents certain like why didn't you just call them kind of situations. Like you do limit what
we could
people
do
can
Corona
do.
stuff too, and just like make some shit up. It's up to you guys, but
You don't have to. I can also empathize the fact of not wanting to do anything Corona related.
Yeah.
I can do. I had an idea, but I was hoping like someone had an idea that was like more.
How about
Because
like
this one was more like nefarious and like
let's make
scary
this
and stuff.
like punk 90s and like
Punk
early
90s.
90s.
Okay. So Marky Mark's on the scene.
Yeah.
His third nipple has been known to
I would at least have
hypnotize.
some
We can
reference.
be Marky Mark's paranormal investigator backup dancers.
That's our front.
I don't think I could do that one.
Let's. I want to try more of. Yeah, well, I want limited technology as well. I want either it's something really ancient.
Okay,
where
I'll tell you the
like
idea.
Victorian
I'll tell
era.
you the idea that I had, but you tell me. But again, I didn't want to do this one again because this is more like super scary, and it doesn't necessarily have to be always scary. But my idea was somewhere in upstate, like Washington, someplace up there, like heavily forest area. Guy's hiking, discovers a body, and police come up and they find like this is way off the beaten trail. Like there's a cave with a bunch of different bodies in there. The problem with the bodies is some of the bodies that are there are recently deceased, but the identification on them and the indication on them shows that they were missing 20, 30 years, like they disappeared in the 70s. There's some bodies in there that are recently missing that look like they've been decaying for decades. Like they only know because of like they're like their genes might have their identification on them, and then they go to check DNA. And then there's some that are kind of caught in between in terms of like decay, but they look like they're wearing attire that's anywhere from like 30 or 60, 70, 80 years ago.
Okay.
Oh wow!
And they were able to, with the identification they had, they were able to pinpoint there were people missing like in the 70s and the 60s. So they do have some corroborative evidence, but it doesn't make sense, the different levels of decay and the different, like how somebody recently gone missing looks like they've been dead for years, and how somebody from...
Did this like hold on, how do I phrase this? Are these all missing reports local, or are they just like from across the country?
That's all I put into it was that. So it's sky's the limit if we wanted to do that. But again, that starts to get into like murder, and it kind of falls in line a little bit with the horror stuff we did before.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking it could be like people like end up going on this hike and everything, but they always just get drawn to this cave, and the cave like kills them somehow.
Yeah,
Or
I
like
mean, it's open to whatever. If you guys want to go that route, again, like the only reservations I had was this falls into like the horror aspect, and it does. We don't always have to go to like again, like it could be something that's I don't want to say silly, but just completely bizarre, and it's just understanding that.
If you want to do something like a little less like nefarious, possibly you could run with the same thing, but instead of finding bodies, people are finding like items and stuff.
Oh yeah, that's good.
Like instead of finding a body, they find a like cell phone from like a huge brick cell phone from like
Right, from the 80s.
They find like a original Walkman like right off the shelf. They find like a hat that looks like it was made years ago. They find a perfectly preserved spear that was made with like flint. Like things.
I like that. Yeah.
I would like that on top of bodies.
I'm good. I'm good
Like
either
I
way.
would, I wouldn't mind like if they're like it just in snow melts and then they're finding like Victorian era people. Like, hey, look, a Neanderthal that we think,
Oh, I like that.
and but then they date it and it's turns out that it's not. They were like, how
It's like
can
20 years
somebody
ago.
from 16th century France be here?
Oh yeah.
But that's me.
I guess the
I
way
like
the bodies
I
get
like the
there.
idea. Yeah, bodies
I
being
feel
found
like
from different times
yeah.
and places. But
I feel like you have to have something that kind of makes you. What's the word?
We need a team to be sent. In my
We need something to like scare you, because like if there's bodies and stuff, there's a murder. But if you're just finding this cave with like random stuff, there's no like imminent danger.
Okay, I mean, yeah, we can do because we can do that too, I guess, where we're not actually like a team of professionals being sent to investigate. We're people who stumble upon it.
Yeah, what if you're just like on a hiking trip and then just like find it or something?
I don't know
I don't think you can go.
It has
A
to
lot
be
of
people sent.
a lot of the questions are kind of geared towards being like that's actually like I think you can look right there. It literally says, it's always here. There are a few features that will always remain constant. There's a supernatural entity, and then there's an organization aiming to study it. So that one, there's questions kind of geared towards how. I mean, you can change them if you want to, but I do kind of like the idea that if we wanted resources,
yeah, we're like a team and connected and stuff.
All right, do we want to run that then? Upstate Washington, bodies. It's a mixture. It's just things throughout time, and so far, we'll go ahead and say that so far nothing has been found in the future.
We'll say no bodies yet. Yeah.
Oh, no bodies yet.
So,
well, what brings people out there? I mean, I don't care either way, but I guess to Nick's point, how do we get people? Why would you send this? Or then we can build the organization now after this.
How about things are just popping into that room, kind of like these bodies? Yeah, they were from the 20s or something, but they died in the 20s and they ended up here, kind of thing.
Or if you wanted to like do it with less bodies, just say they found a couple of bodies, and while they were investigating, they started turning up all these items that were obviously like not current, but looked to be in like a really good condition. So you got maybe a couple of bodies that are there, like one more recent.
Let's say they found an equivalent Donner Party.
Yeah, and they're around these bodies that are like all throughout time, like everything from like
it's like Bill and
like
Ted
old
kind of like forgot them there.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I like that.
The bodies would obviously trigger
a group of bodies from all different locations or like ethnicities and stuff.
Just a couple of bodies would trigger the investigation, and when they investigate, they're going to find all these weird items that are like really out of place and out of time, and so they would need some sort to come in.
Then the next question is the organization. Is it like the FBI and they're just brought in because of the bodies? Is it an organization that knows about paranormal stuff, or at least somewhat, and that's why they're sent out? Is it like the local, like how knowledgeable is the team going into this, or what? Like, is this organization a secret society?
Can we be like scientists from Area 51 or something?
Oh, it can be whatever. Like you look. there's a cyberpunk megacorporation, a cult, a university's paranormal investigation department, like a secret, like you can do a shady government task force, like anything you think is worth or anything you want to
I
try.
think what is that called? Like a super group of scientists who are interested on the paranormal. Or like
So like the university's paranormal investigation department.
or maybe like a team that was brought together for this,
Okay,
depends. Do we
how
want to
about
do it
this?
like we were sent by government or just by?
The FBI were the people called out first. This is getting a little too weird for the FBI. They are reaching out either to a single university's paranormal investigative team, or maybe they're building a team from universities, like scientists from different universities.
Yeah, I think that it's like a task force for the government.
Yeah, yeah, something like that is what I was thinking. Yeah.
So the scientists are only going to know what they would know relative to their own studies.
Mm-hmm.
The FBI, at least maybe they know more than they're letting on. Who knows? But they're bringing these experts out. But maybe they have more information that is not yet revealed
Hudson
to the
better not be in
scientists.
this, from Call of Duty. The fucker who betrays you at the end.
What was the guy's name? The guy that Lucius, is that what his name?
Lucius?
Who was the police officer who did he live?
Oh yeah, Lucius. Yeah, yeah.
He live or die?
He lived. He's a protector now.
Well, his great grandson.
Oh fuck.
I was just joking. But okay, so it's FBI is the one that are basically funding and leading this, and they brought together a team of scientists from around the country because they, to identify are these truly authentic,
Claim.
like some people might be
Scientists
people,
and,
some people might be like
archaeologists. That the scientists are like, why is he here?
You probably have different fields. Like you probably have like what is it called? Like a forensic, like a special forensic expert in terms of.
I heard the FBI have like a little small like division of like I don't want to say paranormal, but like kind of like unexplained phenomena investigation service or something like that.
They could.
Where
we could also
they don't have a lot of people, so when they go investigate something, they form a team of people based off of the fields they think they might need to come in and help them investigate. So something like that. That's what I was thinking.
Fucking lizard looks like Jar Jar things from behind. All right.
They're running away. So,
yeah, exactly.
so do we want to do the like the what is it called? The FBI has their own
like
task.
a coalition made using international, from
FBI led coalition investigators.
Yeah. I like that a little bit more because maybe the FBI won't reveal stuff. I feel like if you're already part of the FBI, in that sense, like you might not, like if the FBI had some other information that we want to reveal later on, they might know about it, but this coalition of people may not. It might be harder to hide something in the same light if you're already part of the FBI. So is that it?
Go into more detail.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
So the setting then is upstate Washington in the forest. Somebody stumbled across, I guess, backpack equipment or something. It's they found a cave filled with a couple bodies, and they do further investigation, and now they're seeing, again, the bodies are in different state of decay, and then there's also items all throughout time, and also all throughout the world. And so FBI have exhausted their analysis of the scene. They really want to start getting experts in different fields like archaeology. I guess they would have forensics, so maybe like forensic, but I mean other like archaeology and carbon dating. Like they need people from around the world and people identifying what this stuff is, and then maybe like physicists. Like they're bringing in a collection of experts for their expertise. So probably at this point in time, they don't truly know what's going on. So we can start with there. Where is the? Okay, we can do. What's the order for you guys in your Discord?
LBS,
LBS.
and you.
Okay, we will start with that then. Let me shuffle the preliminary cards and then we can start playing.
All right, draw me a card.
It is 7 of Cups.
Okay, Cups is acquire or lose something, right? And then you say the 7.
Oh yeah, Nick, do you remember how the turn goes?
Yeah, can you send me the link for that?
Yeah, I got it. I'll put it on the Discord on the same.
Okay, so 7 of Cups. What relationships between the teams cause problematic conflicts? That's pretty easy because this task force has a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds in it. You've got scientists, you've got people the scientists think are quacks because they're like paranormal investigators, you've got archaeologists, and then you've got like physicists and all kinds of people there. So some of them obviously don't think much of the others in terms of what,
Yeah.
especially the scientists are going to sort of be not really fond of the paranormal investigators, and then all of them are going to be a little suspicious of the FBI, even though they're there for them. You know, nobody really trusts them, so they're sort of going to be, you know, the scientists, the paranormal side of things, and then the FBI. They're working together, but they're all cautious of the other groups.
Yeah.
And let's see, Cups was
Does it acquire or lose
acquire or
something?
lose something. Yeah. So upon arrival at the area that they're investigating, they're doing a lot of searching, and up to this point, they haven't really found anything outside of what they're expecting. But they do manage to acquire, and I don't know how long this takes. I'm gonna have to look this up real quick.
Question: are we writing this down somewhere?
I am, yeah. I got a
Wait,
little.
what was it?
I have it on.
Cool.
Okay.
Basically, I'm trying to figure out if like the radiocarbon dating, like I want to know like how long it takes them to do it and how big the equipment is. But you know, just for the sake of the story, let's say that they acquire a piece of equipment where they can do field dating on the items in and around that they find, like radiocarbon dating.
Mm-hmm.
So granted, it won't be super accurate, but it will be able to tell like the age of certain things. You know, because you can't tell anything recent, but this way, if something's really, really old, they'll be able to tell.
Oh yeah. I like it.
Is that? I'm trying to remember. Is that the it orders resolve the card, move forward a project, and then either do the card suit or another action? Is that it? Random warnings.
Yeah, my action was acquire or lose something, and then my
Mhm.
card was resolving. That's all I do, isn't it?
I believe so.
Or do I do something else?
I'm trying to figure out why Random's still drawing this damn lizard.
I'm done. It's done. It's over. What you mean? It says resolve a card, advance projects, and then take an action.
Then next on the list,
Projects in advance, so I took an action of
acquire or lose something.
acquiring something. Yeah.
Yep.
Next card goes to Nick, and you're getting the 4 of Swords.
4 of Swords.
Yes. Everything's written in Roman numerals, so I'm bad with Roman numerals.
That lizard's just gonna be there.
4 of Swords, right? Hold on, is it the first box or second box?
You pick whatever one you want.
Oh, okay, cool. Who on the team are longtime friends? What is their relationship like? We're gonna say that there's one guy from the university side and one guy from the paranormal side. And they're friends. We can call them. It says 90s Washington, Chad, and I don't know. and Rocky, I guess we'll call him. So Chad and Rocky went to the same school, and so they're friends from college. But Chad decided to study like paranormal shit, and he didn't. He like dropped out of college, but they stayed friends. And yeah, they're just close friends.
Okay, so Rocky's a scientist, and Chad is
Yeah, Rocky's a
the Chad
scientist.
who dropped out.
Yeah.
All right.
There's no projects to resolve, and you get the choice between what is it? Swords. Swords you can secure, endanger something. So here are your three choices. Well, we haven't. Or actually, no, yeah. Secure, endanger something, start a project, or team meeting.
Scientist, I'm gonna give him the Rick and Morty thing.
They're gonna start a project. They're gonna uh, start carbon dating some of the stuff that they find, and just like excavating the cave. And that's it, right?
What are we gonna say? Two?
I have no idea.
Excavating the cave. If they
Oh,
have
It's
carbon
one.
longer, yeah.
dating, excavating. Well, I don't. This stuff isn't necessarily like. Are we saying this is like super buried down deep, or are we saying this is kind of like almost like you stumble upon a
Like
hermit's?
sprinkled on.
How are we describe like how deep is this cave?
I want to say that it's not very long, but they do find like a hidden portion of it behind some more like dirt and stuff.
If they wanna dig up, it'll, and if they wanna keep it quiet, that's a different thing. So
We can say three, but because I would say this stuff isn't like dug in that deep, and I'd say the FBI was there initially first, and then
Oh
they
yeah.
bring people in. So it's really more just grabbing what we think is old and
Yeah.
carbon. So I'd say two or three is what I would guess.
Yeah, I think 3.
three's fine.
Try at three.
We'll make Rocky a cool nerd.
Okay, cool nerd. Who is? I think random. You are
All right. Let me get that.
random. You have the Ace of Wands.
King of Wands, Knight of Wands. Down, please. Oh my God! It went to the top of the page.
Hmm?
Ace of Wands. What does the team think about the organization? What special training does the team have as agents of the organization? So the scientist side is more or less hesitant to work with the FBI here because they're not used to being this like closely watched over uh, by like agents. Usually it's just like their boss or something like that. So they're tense, they're nervous, they don't really know what they're here to study, but the fact that the FBI is involved and it's being kind of secretive has them all nervous. Um, and then it was Wands, right?
Yes, correct.
Add a fact about something. Um, I want there to be a cave-in. At some point there was a cave-in, and there's more hidden. There's more hidden below. Doesn't bodies or artifacts? We don't know yet, but there's definitely more hidden below.
Are people aware of it that there was a cave in?
No, not yet. But
Yeah.
there, as
Okay.
a fact, that there was a cave in this cave where everything was found.
All right. I think that's it. And that would have resolved it down to two more for project. And now it is my turn. I get the Two of Swords.
Why does that looks like?
Two of Swords is, what are the basic rules the team operate by? What is the punishment for breaking procedure? I'll say what I'll say then is the scientists have had limited access to the cave. The FBI have kind of limited, like they don't know about the bodies, they don't know about the the different. They kind of have an idea there's different things in there, but they don't have the full detail, the full picture. So punishment is you're off the project if people start wandering in to the cave. Right now, they're kind of a field team in the area, and they're not given clearance into the cave to see all this stuff. They don't know that the scientists don't know that this is also like what makes it nefarious is the bodies. They're here for all of the items. So the procedure, maybe the FBI will lie and say, this place is prone to cave-ins. It's unacceptable to go in there. So you're off the project.
Let's just say that we can say that they're just saying that it's just not safe there in that area.
Yeah.
So there's
but they've made it clear that this is, you're off the project.
Rules, yeah.
The punishment is you're off the project if you try to step in there. And I guess okay.
Are they allowed?
Paranormal team. Yeah, that's a good question because that doesn't make sense. Like the paranormal guys, what would they be there for? The paranormal guys, maybe for right now, are giving guidance to the FBI team that's in there. So they're like, what, if you were going to look for abnormalities in the world, like what are you bringing? EMS? You bringing motion?
They are conferring with the guys that are allowed.
Yeah, the FBI are the only people actually in the cave so far. The paranormal guys are going to give them instructions of what they would do to try to detect abnormalities if they were doing some type of ghost hunt or paranormal. Not yet. Not the scientists. This is still, again, I would say that the scientist team was brought in without any knowledge. There's I don't want to say murders, but there's bodies. They're here to try to figure out what's going on with the items they're bringing out. Maybe they're bringing out items of clothing. Maybe they're even the rocks themselves. Like maybe they have geologists measuring like they're digging and excavating certain types of rocks.
Yeah.
All that kind of stuff. But they still, because of the murders and because of how bizarre it is, they are bringing in like the paranormal investigators to kind of, what is the word? Contractor or consults into that. So that's what, but the punishment is you're off the project from the FBI. And what is the swords again? Actually, you know what? I'm going to start a project. So switching. So now you're down to 1, Nick. So on the next turn, you get to decide how it turns out. I'm going to start a project, and kind of in light of what Random said, how long they want to. They know there's more areas to the cave. They don't know anything about the cave-in, but they know that they haven't investigated potential. They haven't mapped out the cave yet. They've just been working kind of maybe in the front and maybe a little bit
area. Yeah.
They haven't really mapped everything out to know. Have there been cave-ins? Are there tunnels? Are there maybe there's like holes that lead down deep or whatever? They haven't done any of that stuff. So I would want a project by the FBI to get a map of the cave, or at least a preliminary map to guide by. How long do you think that would take?
Mapping out the cave itself?
Yes.
Okay, are they trying to stay out of local government? Because they could just go and get like the
mine
records or something like that. Yeah.
That's a good question. I guess maybe you do something interesting from that. I guess I feel like that could be part of it, right? Like maybe they find records that lead to something else. I don't think local government is
how they know, or that's how they find out. But
I would say local government. So the local government has to know a little bit, right? Because we're saying that a random hitchhiker or somebody found it, so he reports it to the local PD. And when they start finding the bodies, the PD gets freaked. They call in the FBI. So they have some idea. So yeah, I guess that adds to the conflict too, right? Like there's been some cases of murder. Like I guess you can't be completely in the dark, but they don't know. Nobody knows the full details of what's in the cave outside of maybe the initial PD.
Or they don't know how many
Yeah, it's
bodies
hearsay.
either. I think it's just one.
They don't know the extent.
Hmm.
They know that something bad happened, at least on the local level. The scientists, yeah, probably have some hearsay to it. So yeah, the local government or the local townsfolk probably hear some news and stuff like that. So it's not completely. Oh, this is the '90s too. I'm thinking like this is going to be on, you know, like it's actually yeah. So it's limited. It is actually limited. Yeah, that's true. The news they probably could have squashed that news pretty quickly. So yeah, scientists probably only have hearsay. Local PD might know what's going on, but the FBI's already blocked them out. But there might be Tom's records, so we can incorporate. It's part of that. Part of the thing is mapping out the cave, and part of that is maybe or okay. Do we want everything to fall under that, like looking for stuff, or do we want one project to be tracked down information about the cave from the townsfolk?
Well, that's up. I mean, this is your turn, Bernie.
Yeah, that's
That
it.
is your decision.
So they don't know how deep the cave goes. There are crevices. They don't know how big it is. So that some of the FBI agents are going to track down town records, if there are any town records, on mining in the area. So I'll just say 3. Is that good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, the thing for that is they had sonar back then, and you could just use sonar to like get a lot of information about the cave. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's true. Well, for right now, I'm just going to say this: get a little FBI in there. They're going to do some investigation about the cave and see if they can dig something up. Okay, that was a really long.
Quick question. Okay, Rocky's part of the scientist. Is what if Chad dropped out of college? Is he in the FBI? Is he in the FBI side of
No,
things?
he's the those freaking ghost people.
Oh, so he's like the weird. Okay, got you. A Chad
Yeah.
in the '90s who's into the paranormal.
Like he's into the internet's kind of he's
Maybe
on the.
change the
Dude,
name.
I'm there. Look at me drawing his beard already. His homeless beard.
Like box frame glasses or something.
I'm drawing like hippie glasses.
Or...
Come on, he's gotta have like that "I told you so" mouth. That's him.
I'm typing LBS. I can go ahead and give you your card. You have the 5 of swords.
Okay, swords is secure in danger, and 5 is principles. Members of the team share. What do members of the team do together? All right, so the one principle that everybody on the team shares, regardless of which side they come from, whether it be the researcher scientist or one of the paranormal guys, FBI, is that they all share like a very big, like, I guess you could say like a sense of curiosity, a drive to like solve problems and investigate things. So they're all like very, very curious. And even to some extent, the guys on the FBI team are the same way. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on this particular task force. So that's what one trait that they all share in common. So let's see. Secure or endanger something.
Oh, so now from after playing the Quiet Year, you probably have this more down path. So now Florida project. So that means Nick's project is done, which is start a project to excavate, and carbon date. So you get to resolve that project now, Nick.
Okay, so they excavated a little bit further into. It's still not the whole part of the cave because the FBI is doing that. But what they do find is like terracotta soldiers, and they find stuff from the King Dynasty, and pretty much the results on the carbon dating is that it's just random. It's just random. There's not really a big pattern
It's it's
on.
unreliable, is what you're saying, but it's also odd.
It's odd that they're getting so many different years. Like there's back 50 years, there's 100 years, but there's also like 500 years, maybe 1,000 years old. And then you start getting those terracotta soldiers where it's just come out of nowhere, and that's thousands and thousands of years old. So it's not that it's unreliable; it's that it's spread out over such a big time that they can't really narrow. They can't really narrow down when most of it got there, kind of thing.
And LBS, you can. How do you want to finish your turn?
Um. So, let's see. I was gonna secure or endanger something. As they're exploring, mapping the cave, and trying to collect all these artifacts and something, part of the area that had collapsed becomes unstable, and because it's unstable, there are a few very interesting looking items sort of in that area, and now they can't get to it, including a body, and they can't get to it because they're afraid it's going to cause a further collapse. So they've got an entire, like a small section of this cave that they can't go in safely. So it's in danger of possibly collapsing if they don't figure out some way to
Like reinforce it.
or to move some of the rocks away so that it won't collapse. So they're, because if they don't, they won't be able to get over there without risking a huge cave in.
You said they see like some of the interesting things are like more bodies.
Yeah, they think that it's a body there. They're not sure. It looks like one, and they see some what look to be interesting like artifacts. They can't really tell because they can't get to it because it's on the section of that's collapsed previously, and it's like loose rocks. And they can tell as they're trying to get over there, the rocks are still shifting, and if you mess with it too much, you might trigger another cave in.
Okay, nice. Next is Nick, correct? Is that his next? Right, and that card will be the Page of Wands.
Page of Wands. What sort of expertise is lacking in the team? How is this frustrating? What are the team's specialties? What advantages does this have?
Here's Chad saying, it's aliens.
I don't know. I'd say that in this case, because the team is like the whole team, right? I feel like the FBI has to have like connects with government, like engineers and stuff, to be able to reinforce that wall. So I feel like when it comes to that predicament, they've already got people on the line. They just have to wait for them to get there.
I love this drawing. What do you mean by on the line?
Well, the FBI has to be well connected, right? And for something like this, they have to be able to just pull people left and right. They have a short list of physicists, of contractors, of engineers, of I don't know, whatever else you can think of. Yeah, that's what I was going for.
Okay.
Sorry, how populated? Oh wait, so what question are you answering again? I thought so. You're saying this is the strength of the team?
Page.
Oh
yeah.
So
it has to be all the teams, huh?
Well, no, you. I mean,
we're saying that this is like a team brought together of all these people. There's the scientists, there's these paranormal guys, and there's these.
I mean, if they were if they were excavating a cave, they would have people who know about like cave strength and all that stuff.
So you're saying what you're going towards the advantage side of the question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So how about
So you're saying that it's like the collapsing cave, like this isn't something that's going to be impossible to solve. You're saying that they
Yeah.
probably have some people that you have like geologists or experts, or maybe even mining experts or whatever that can kind of deal with this. So,
Yeah.
so they at least have some expertise in a lot of areas brought in pretty quickly because of the FBI.
Yep.
So that's the advantage. Okay. My project goes down to 1, so it'll be next turn, and it's Paige. So feel free to pick your action, whatever action you want to do.
Where's that at? Is that the top?
Yes.
Oh, right here. Page 1's at a fact about something. I'm gonna say that as my fact is that what they try to do is they try to get everybody to come in through day when there's daylight, but as soon as the sun goes down, they have to take everybody out of the cave. And the reason for that is because it starts glowing at night, like in weird places. And then that's why they brought in the paranormal guys. Is because they suspected something odd and paranormal about this area. But they wanted to excavate more before they start going after this paranormal stuff.
Okay. Random. Your card is the Ace of Cups.
Cups?
Yep. Cups.
Man, why am I getting the aces? What basic supplies does the team lack, or what useless supply does the team have an overabundance of? I'm gonna say that the team has an overabundance of food. Like food, like ration. I guess the equivalent of rations that they brought out for the team. They have way more than the scientists thought they'd be here for. Like they've planned for long.
Ooh.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Like whoever put the team together plans on having them study this for a long time, it seems.
All right. My project decrements down, and mine was FBI investigating the local area for information about the cave. I'll say that they started asking questions around town, and they found in the mid to late 70s, when those bodies started to disappear, there was a mining team that were looking. They were, looking to mine. I guess coal. I don't actually know. I don't know what you do. But there's a mining team, an entrepreneur who wanted to go out there.
The ancient coal mines of Washington. Yeah.
Yes, that's what Washington's known for. I don't know. Maybe they or gold. Maybe somebody thought like there's untapped gold. So like not a huge mining crew, but a couple people did go in there
It's like
and
super
mine.
secret.
Maybe like somebody bought the land, just thinking that.
Yeah, someone bought the land to do it in the mid to late 70s. He did it for several months, surveying the land until he found the cave, and he left. So he started mapping stuff out, but then he left abruptly from the town, and that's around the same time bodies or somebody went missing. So no bodies, but one or two people got missing. There wasn't necessarily any connection made by the town, but that's around the same time that happened. Like somebody went missing in the 70s, and he
back then people just figured you just moved away.
Yeah, there's no connection. Or, I mean, the town didn't make any connection, but he left abruptly after, Big Dick comes into town with money. He's got all these big dreams. He's doing things. Every day he'll come to the bar and talk about him and his small group of people, or maybe just him. But he has new progress every day. And then finally, on the last day, he's just spooked, scared, shaken. He had a map, like he had all that stuff on him, but he just left town. So they don't. He had I guess he had like a base or a little area in the woods that he lived in. So the team is going to go try to figure out if there's anything there. But they didn't get anything. The local townspeople weren't looking for gold. They don't give a shit like that. They thought it was a fool's errand. So they didn't get anything in terms of actually mapping out the cave from the project. They just have a lead on somebody in the 70s thought you can get gold, went up to the hills, and then got spooked a month or two later, and you never saw him again.
Okay.
Okay, I like that.
So far we have a cave
What's his name? Someone give me a name.
for who?
Willie, the guy,
Oh,
the gold,
prospector.
um, gold
Apparently,
prospector.
there were a lot of coal mines in Washington. I just looked it up. So
Really? Okay, well then we'll say Cole. If that's legitimate, then we'll say he was a guy. He was a semi wealthy dude, but one of those people that always have schemes that they're going to get rich somehow.
Yeah.
And he thought he was going to
coal.
be, yeah. So he was a coal miner, or he wanted to be. He probably didn't know what he was
Like an
doing, but he thought he
aspiring
could.
coal prospector.
He figured he'd have the money to find it. He'd buy the land, and then he'd be able to pay people that could. So but kind of skeezy kind of dude. What's a popular '70s name?
I don't know. Were you guys even? I wasn't all.
Top
I
names.
believe that
Top
predates
names.
us all.
Okay.
Charles. Name's Charles.
So there's the
Actually,
cave.
all the popular names are pretty normal names.
Yeah, they will
I
be
can-
because.
I'll call him Donald, the skeezy the coal miner. I'll call him Donald.
Hmm,
Coal miner extraordinaire.
I only started with $1 million.
With this coal loan. And that was the end. Yeah, so Brandon, you get to resolve your turn, by the way.
Um, which was
You had the ace of cups, I believe. My project ended on your turn, so you get to finish your card. I believe you had the.
Okay. So I just gotta do an action. Okay. I was like, I don't remember putting a project. Okay. Acquire or lose something?
Or team meeting or a project.
That's the thing. We haven't introduced many characters at a meeting. Acquire or lose something. Um, I'm gonna say that they acquire information about an an old an old man who's just living in the woods. And he's known to come to town every now and then, and he's known for having collected some of these objects, these ancient objects. Like he was showing them off, and then he started selling them at like what was that called? The swap meets and stuff. Uh, just thinking they were regular objects. So they find information about that guy. Okay. So what if the cave was right under Mount Rushmore, dude?
Is that in Washington?
Don't think what?
That's in freaking like South Dakota or something.
Is it? Shit. I thought Mount Rushmore
I mean,
was.
maybe it could be if it's a super mega cave, but you got
Damn,
half the
okay.
country to do. I mean, again, we're talking about things that bend time and space, so that's
Team
actually
American
not
base.
That was just the cave at the bottom. I thought it was in
South
Washington.
Dakota.
Okay.
But I mean, it could be right if you
Same thing.
wanted to. There's
No,
nothing that stops you from doing that.
it doesn't
Well, I'm
matter.
sorry, I was typing my thing though. You said there's an old man that lives in the woods, Raymond.
Yeah. So the information they gathered from asking around like we're saying it's a small town. It's not a city, I imagine.
Yeah.
Is that there's a man who lives out in the woods. Like, well, he's not like he doesn't live in the town. He just comes in every now and then. He used to years ago like try and bring these artifacts to like swap meets and stuff and sell them, but nobody was interested. So they're like just some of the older folks know that he has a collection of these items.
Because they probably thought they were fake.
Yeah.
Or there was just no need for an ancient Chinese spear in the middle of Washington in July. What's that? What's them? Some movie props? Mm-mm.
Okay. It's my turn, I believe. Yes. Ace of Pentacles.
There you go. Pentacles to introduce a character. So.
Ooh, there's a local population in the area blissfully unaware of the anomaly, but on the brink of disaster. How are they unaware? How might this devastatingly change? There's a local population in the area unknowingly benefiting from the anomaly in some way. How? How might this cause problems for the team? I have to say, since the town hasn't really cared, I can't see it being a benefit. I guess a large enough collapse could what would it do?
Maybe it would cause like an earthquake or something, or I don't know, open up a fault.
I mean, I guess we could say.
Ooh,
I mean, we don't have to keep everything so hidden. We could also make larger points. We don't have to like make it. I would say like maybe if stuff's disrupted enough in the cave,
how about the
whatever.
cave like is spreading through the town or something, and it's gonna have
I
like
like yeah. I like that. I like that. Okay. Yeah, these sinkhole there's sinkholes that generate off the cave or like tunnel formations that are forming, and they're spreading out in all directions. And this is completely unbeknownst to everybody. No one knows this, and it's moving. We'll say it's moving generally towards the town. I guess it's been slowly, but yeah, I guess it gets close enough to it. It could start causing sinkholes in the town. So yeah, there's passageways in the cave that have been expanding out over time, and eventually, for whatever reason, they could start creating sinkholes.
Also, assuming it's like a mountainous area, it wouldn't take it to town necessarily, but a sinkhole along a couple of major roads, and you might have to drive 2 hours to get to where it would take you 15 minutes.
Oh, true.
That's what I was going with originally, is something like that. Like maybe their resources could be, and I don't know. Like I'd see. Yeah, I guess it doesn't have to be that devastating. Maybe
It would just it would halt all commerce or trade to this town.
instead of it making it all the way over to the town, maybe just there are parts of infrastructure, maybe
like a bridge or something.
Yeah, like bridges or dams, or there's infrastructure kind of close enough to within there that a major collapse of the cave could impact it. Yeah, I guess maybe like a.
That'd be cool if it's close to a dam and like they're on the brink of.
There's a dam maybe kind of near the town, and a collapse runs the risk of the structural integrity of the nearby dam breaking, like maybe cracking. It could be anything from a minor crack to this actually breaks apart and the town has to evacuate. So we'll say that.
I like that.
And there's no projects, so I don't need to decrement any projects. And Pentacles. What can I do with Pentacles?
Introduce a character.
Introduce a character.
Quickly, kids, the dam is in danger.
I'll say if we don't have an FBI agent yet, right? Like an actual one.
I was thinking of something like that. Yeah, go for it.
Well, what do you have in mind? Give me
I
give
just
me
wanted like a stern agent in charge. A serious character. You know what I'm saying? Like the one getting the info. But I hadn't thought of a character, so I just wanted something like that.
Makes you feel better, Random. My son just came up and asked, why is there a shark? So your character is easily identifiable.
Hey man, that's awesome.
We'll say Agent. What's a? I feel like Agent Steel is actually like a common knight, but it also sounds made up.
STEELE.
Yes, exactly.
Fuck, I'm drawing. All right, Agent Steel.
Um,
I'm drawing him. Hold up.
he's
I'm finishing the page.
Max Steel.
he is he's an older age. Yeah, he's the stern agent that you want who is
Is he
he's the
grumpy?
one he's the one who's managing all this. He's the one who's reporting back to the bigwigs in DC. He's
Can he
the
have a
one
cigar?
coordinating. Sure. He likes to smoke a
Everybody likes
stogie.
to smoke.
Yeah, he likes to smoke every now and then again.
He's like,
Only legal.
get me pictures of
None of that
Batman
whack in the back.
or Spider-Man.
What damn hippies are smoking? What the hell are you drawing? You're
Drawing a
gonna get your
dam
chance.
that's in danger.
Okay, the beginning of that.
That's a beaver dam.
So yes, the town is protected by beaver dams.
I'm deleting this. I just didn't know what to draw for a dam. A cave under a dam? I was like, what?
Not directly under it, but like all
It
those
could be
tunnels.
like, yeah.
So yeah, well, Agent Steele, he's the one running everything, the day-to-day operations. He's reporting it. Again, he doesn't think there's anything paranormal going on. He brought in the scientists. He wants to prove that this is some like a loony bin thing, like some crazy town folk have set this up. Like it's a crazy serial killer maybe who's eclectic or like collects things. He wants to prove nothing crazy is going on. Like the lights in the cave are just swamp gas hitting a balloon, or like he doesn't do all this stuff. Like
Entirely localized within the cave.
some of the people, like he's very begrudgingly bringing in these paranormal experts and these other fringe people. He thinks he wants to go by the book because damn it, he's going to retire soon enough. He's seen a thing or two. Like he's one of those kinds of guys. So that's Agent Steele's the one running it, and he thinks this is a by the book serious operation, and he's keeping people out not because he just thinks it's dangerous. But there are other people maybe within the FBI side that think something else is going on. He's probably not going into the cave as much as like the other people, but he thinks this is by the book's real deal stuff.
He's got a 5 o'clock shadow for sure, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. He probably lights a cigar with his 5 o'clock shadow.
Ooh, like he just scrapes it against his beard.
Scrapes it on it.
Scrape the match against his beard, and then lights a cigar with it. Okay.
Okay, LBS, you've got 5 of Pentacles.
All right.
Okay. I'm having to scroll down to it here. Five of Pentacles. Locals have a legend that might be connected. What is it? How do the locals feel about outsiders? Okay, so there's a very old local legend about essentially like they called him a knight of King Arthur. It happened back in around 1900, 1920, somewhere in that area, where supposedly somebody spotted a ancient knight walking around in the woods. And some of the local men went out to try and see what was going on, but could never find anything. And it was from the general vicinity of this cave. And rumor has it that this knight lived out in the woods for some time before just disappearing. And people have sort of like...
Where do you think the story originated from? Sorry.
It just originated...
Like how long ago?
There was a legend from like the early 1900s. So sometimes, around 1900, probably around the time people were just settling there, where they claimed to have seen they called it like a King Arthur type of knight, just based on stories they had heard. And that they had supposedly seen one that lived out in the woods somewhere, but he disappeared at some point. And it's been a local legend, and people have gone out and tried to actually find, the knight or the knight's remains or something. And over time, it's just like a little legend. Like, their little local schools mascots are the knights and stuff like that.
I can't.
Can we give the name to the town?
I don't think we have.
No. Okay. I I had to erase that because it just kept to me. It just kept looking like a guy sucking a dick. I gotta fucking.
Let's call it Tom Bigsby, and then the night can be Sir Bigsby.
And let's see, I'm introducing a character, right? Yeah.
If you want to, yeah.
So we've got a couple scientists. We've got an FBI guy. All right, so I'm gonna introduce a character that's gonna be
Why
I don't want to say the odd person out, but it's someone the FBI caught in that's actually a physicist, which they're kind of like, why am I here? Like, I don't understand what I'm doing here. They've sort of been helping the other scientists with equipment and stuff, but they're not exactly like haven't yet had any idea why they would need a physicist out there. So they've been a little bit annoyed and complained a little bit. But the guy's name, we're gonna call him. I don't know. We're gonna call him Frederick von Hausen, and he gets mad if anybody calls him Fred. Hates being called Fred. And
The U.S. government had a really good record of hiring former Germans. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, he's like a little bit of an older. He's basically an older guy. Like he's not really old, but he's like he's in his 60s. He's a professor, and he's just getting sick and tired of teaching physics to students, and basically jumped at the opportunity to go do something else through his university. When the FBI requested a physicist, he volunteered to go, and he's been regretting it ever since because he's been sitting there with nothing to do.
It's freezing here.
Cool. Is it my turn?
Yes, it is. Let me pull a card. You've got the Six of Wands.
What's the most enjoyable part of researching the anomaly? What's the most unpleasant part of researching the anomaly?
I need to go let my dog out real quick.
Sure.
That's interesting. I don't know. What would be enjoyable or unpleasant? I guess it's unpleasant not being able to be. Okay, can I just give you what I was going at?
Yeah.
I was thinking, what if there was like a cave-in and it kills some miners, but what happens is at night everything like starts glowing,
Shit, I forgot
and the
about the glowing
miners,
thing.
and then the miners kind of just like get resurrected as their corpses, and they just keep mining, so that's why it's spreading.
Dude, I'm live in it. I like it. What's the question that you're trying to answer? What's
The most pleasant thing or the most unpleasant thing about researching the anomaly?
well unpleasant? I mean, it depends. What are we saying that this is out in the wintertime snow? Trying to give him a number 5.
I thought it was July.
Oh, well, no, that's when he would try and sell his. Like nobody needed a fucking sword. That was the joke. It was like nobody needs a sword in the middle of July.
Yeah, we can do that. And then for the sinkhole thing, we could do like sinkhole / avalanche.
Avalanche for what?
You know how it was like.
Oh no,
causing-
you can still
yeah.
be sinkhole.
Yeah. Okay. For my answer here, I don't really know. I'd say the most unpleasant part is.
You can go with the corpse thing, but I guess that's a big
to answer
event.
the thing, right? Yeah.
Well, it could be unpleasant for the FBI agents who are actually having to deal with it down there. The scientists don't know yet.
Yeah, so, okay, here's what I get at. The most unpleasant part of it is that every morning the FBI agents have to go in before everybody else and pick up all the miners' bodies or whatever from where they find them every morning, and they have to hide them every morning, kind of thing. So the miners like reset at night. They go keep mining, and then they go back to like where their cot would be. So they keep having to move like these dead bodies morning after morning.
Just yeah, because as they're like investigating further and further, they need to the next day move the bodies along so that the.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean
I'm
like okay,
saying
because if you're investigating more and more of the cave, you're gonna have to move every day. Every day you're gonna have to move the bodies somewhere else after they're done digging.
Okay,
You get what I'm saying? Like, oh fuck,
yeah.
okay, we gotta get them out of here because we gotta get the scientists in here now.
are
That's
they
what it is.
mining new stuff? Or are they repeating the actions they took
I
before
like
they
the
when they
idea
were
of
in the mine?
mining.
Yeah, it's like just the moment, the things that they were doing before they died or whatever is what they wake up every night and do. And it's not always miners and stuff like this, just random people that were lost in the cave when they died. So they just like wander around the cave.
You're saying all the or some of the bodies reanimate.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it could be all or some. It doesn't.
Okay, okay, well, a subset of them.
Yeah.
But the most recent ones are
Miners. Yeah.
the miners.
Yeah. Or how about the
I think
miners
that
are the only
No,
ones
I
that
like
they
the
can find?
I like yeah, I like dude, I like the miners digging forever and like it actually goes into the town now. I'm liking that idea
Yeah.
more and
Like
more.
they just don't know where they are. They're just ghosts that are mining.
Yeah.
what
Fucking
am I on this? So what? When did the mine? When did this cave in happen?
I think one of them, or at least the part that accounts for the miners. And I think maybe that's why that one dude left, because his like all his miners died or some shit. But he would
Oh,
still see them at night.
minor bodies are. This is from the '70s, is what you're saying.
Yeah, you said there was that guy that came in and brought his
Donald,
miners and stuff.
Donald
Donald,
and
yeah,
his crew.
Donald's miners, and they're
Okay.
out looking for gold every night. And then that was what was that? Swords, wands.
Wands, correct.
Okay, I had a fact about something. Oh, that could be my fact. Is the bodies, and the unpleasant part, I guess, is having to move them out of the way so the scientists can work every morning.
how does that look for an FBI agent?
Good.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Awesome. Looks like he's about ready to retire too, which is
Exactly. Hold on, I got one more thing though. One more thing. I gotta give him the 5 o'clock shadow.
Yes, when you were good.
Oh, you're missing his glasses thing,
Oh, the little
his
thing.
ear.
Oh
the
yeah.
end of
Yeah.
it. Bodies were like reanimating at night, or essentially.
Yeah, so pretty much what happens is my question was, what is the most unpleasant part? And I also had to add a fact. So what happens is every night, some of the bodies reanimate, and some of them were miners. So they just like aimlessly keep digging for gold and mining. So that's why it's spreading. And then the unpleasant part about it is you have to move all the bodies in the morning because they act as if they were gonna go, to sleep in their cot or whatever. So they every morning they're just there, so they have to fucking move them. And that is the supernatural part. Bam.
All right. Random. I think you're next. You've got the Page of Pentacles.
Age. How populated is the area? Does this pose a problem? Or what is the wildlife in the area like? How are they affected by the anomaly? Um, the surroundings of I would imagine that this mine, cave or whatever, um, had like it was deforested all around before they started. Um, so I'm gonna say that like the surrounding area is all deforested and there has been little to no sighting of animals and since the investigation started.
Ooh.
Um, I wanted to add a little something, but I don't know if I should. But let's just say that there have
Well,
been
what's the tentacles? Is it out of fact? You can just do it right then.
tentacles is at a thing is introduce a person.
Yeah, it's fine.
Introduce a character. No. No, I'll let this had to do with the wild animals. There have been animal carcasses found down there as well in the cave.
Ooh.
That's kind of what I wanted to get at. All right, and I introduced a character. LBS, who was your character? The
Frederick Vollenhausen.
House and the physicist.
Okay.
Call
So
him.
we have a physicist, we have a hippie guy, paranormal guy. We have an actual scientist, Rocky, Max Steel. I'm gonna add um
A liberal arts major.
that's the okay, Agent Agent Crawford. We'll call him Agent Crawford. James, he's a young agent. He is more sympathetic to the scientist's plea that that they're being forced to be here. So even though he can't tell the scientist what they're investigating or something, he's empathetic for them having to be there. So he's on the softer side for an FBI or for this type of project, I guess, that we're having here.
Okay.
Uh,
Heart of Gold.
and this is the
Hmm?
what 80s or 90s, 70s,
Early 90s.
90s. Okay. Yeah, he's just like a young boy, and he's just here with
Whippersnapper.
with Max Steel under his wing.
All right.
I forgot his
Anything
name
else?
already, but I'll come up with it again.
Agent Crawford.
Crawford, James Crawford, something Crawford. Okay, got it.
Should call him Billy Crawford.
All right, I wrote down James. It's in stone. My my card. So yeah, I'll say it after this. 3 of Cups. How are the member of the teams paid for their work? What personal luxuries do team members of the team not have access to? I'll go with that one. There is an abundance of food. Most of the team, I don't. Does it make sense for them to be actually camped out there? If it's going to be a long haul, would they have like a local?
What are
Would they be
those?
staying at a local
Those
hotel?
little trailer things.
Yeah,
portable ones?
okay. Yeah. They have they've set up like trailers
Forget what they
and maybe
Campers and stuff.
yeah the RV camper style things. Like I'm thinking of the beginning of Jurassic
prefab
Park.
stuff,
Campers, like the trailer pop-up camper type
Yeah.
of thing.
Exactly. The
Like
prefab
what they had in the archaeological dig site for Jurassic Park.
They're all in jeeps with the campers on top.
Oh, I'm talking about the here. I'll send it. I'll grab a picture in a second.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But they're so yeah, they don't have all the luxury items like all the high-powered AC and stuff. What did we say it was July? If it's July, it's
No,
hot.
it's winter.
So they don't have winter. Okay, it's cold. Then it's cold. Whatever it is.
The thing about July, because nobody wanted to buy any Chinese artifacts in the middle of July.
Yeah. So it's they don't have great they don't have
Looks like
all the luxuries of even staying at a hotel. They're sleeping on cots, pop-up cots and stuff. So it's going to wear them down over time. So that's the luxury stuff they do not have. And we have cups. Let's see. What does cups provide? Acquire or lose something?
wanted to give him the butt chin, but
I'm debating between starting a new project or actually having a team meeting.
Finally have enough characters to do a team meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Same.
Yeah. Agent Steele wants a status report from his from the team. So Agent Steele is he sends out James Crawford to get he's bringing all the scientists in, and he wants a status report from each scientist in terms of what they've been working on. So James Crawford sits everyone down like they're in a tent, or I guess it's cold. They're in one of those pop-up things. You're not gonna be sitting in a damn tent. And he's like, what new findings have you gotten based off of what's been happening so far?
I have an idea for the physicist. If you guys want me to go.
Who's next on the?
LBS, I believe. Yes, it goes LBS first.
Let me see. I'm looking through the character list real quick. Okay, who called the meeting? Was it
Agent Steel.
Agent Steel called it, but James Crawford, Agent Steel's not going to go down there and listen to the day-to-day stuff. Yeah, Crawford's the one responsible for getting the stuff.
Okay. Well, they started the meeting, and Rocky comes up and is like, "Well, I've been doing a lot of radiocarbon dating. We found most of the artifacts here date back within the last 1,000 years. We haven't found anything older, but the dating isn't 100% accurate. But there doesn't seem to be any sort of distribution that favors one point in time. It's fairly evenly spread out. But I would like, if possible, to start maybe dating some of the materials that have been mined to see if we can identify maybe the age of this cave. Yeah, that's all he's been doing, radiocarbon dating.
Okay, I'll respond as
Nick is the next one in line.
I'm gonna be that physicist. And the physicist was pretty annoyed. He didn't know what he was there for. And he kept tripping over rocks in the dark. But he tripped over one rock, and he dropped his flashlight, but noticed that it was falling slower. So he seems to have found an area that has a different gravity, which he's never seen before, and which breaks Newton's laws. And
he's sharing this with the. Is he sharing this with the?
With the group, yeah. This is at the meeting.
Okay.
So he seems to have found an area that kind of changes the laws of gravity for a little bit.
Is it super noticeable, or is it only something like a physicist? Like, is it something
only a physicist would notice? Yeah, he's like, wow, how come my flashlight fell slower here than there? And they're the ones that would actually run tests and stuff to verify that it actually is different gravity.
Probably be able to do it in his head and drop something and count how long it took to fall and calculate the gravity.
Yeah, it's actually not that hard. Yeah. It's a couple equations and you need a stopwatch and a measuring stick.
Random.
I don't know what to say. I'll have to report this to Agent Steel. I really don't know how we can. This is as Crawford. I really don't know what I can do in my position to let you in there to study it more. But I'll get back to you.
The physicist will just say that he recommends the round.
Nick.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. The group meetings
have
to be
one by one.
1 or 2 sentences in turn.
Okay.
Who's left?
You.
Oh, no, I didn't mean. I know I'm next, but I meant what character could be spoken. Is it?
So there's Chad, Rocky was the first one, right?
Chad is the one that dropped.
Talking about
right?
the soil.
Yeah.
I'll say Chad here's. Yeah. You're too busy. There's a simple solution to the light falling so slowly. Aliens. Okay.
Um,
So this is LBS's turn, but we are now at card. This would be card 13. So the end of these 4 cards would be the end of the initial investigation.
That's
So
pretty good since we got some characters and some stuff now. I think it'll be.
the idea here is if you want to start setting up things to transition, because after this, the one thing we noticed when we played before is we start getting hit with anomaly cards. So if we want,
yeah.
like, just keep them,
And
whatever you want,
they're gonna come hard and fast.
do whatever you
I'm
want,
ready.
but just do whatever you. Just let's
Set up for the anomaly.
set up.
Let's go.
Okay, it is LBS's turn, and you have the 7 of swords.
Alright. Secure or endanger something is swords, and the 7 of swords is. How does the team treat authority, or how do members of the team treat those they have power over? Okay, so most of the team, they mostly are respectful to the authority, being Agent Steel, but other than Crawford, they'll do what he asked, but they won't necessarily like do it, as if they're jumping right to it. And some of them, specifically Frederick, will grumble and complain. So they'll listen to him, but they don't necessarily exactly like jump to his commands. So there's I wouldn't say that they're respectful, but they're not disrespectful either, except for Frederick, who gets a little bit resentful when they make him do crap he doesn't want to do. Like, hey, help carry artifacts over here. So it's they respond to it okay because they're getting paid, but they're not always thrilled about it. And let's see here. Either secure or endanger something, or okay. I want to start a project.
Okay.
The project I want to start, I think they've come to the decision that they're going to have the scientists come inside to investigate some. They obviously don't want them messing around with the bodies or anything. So the project is going to be the FBI teams are going to try and set up essentially an area inside where the scientists can go in and study, where they can ensure they're safe from cave-ins, away from the bodies and everything, and sort of put up some and I don't want to say like police tape, but some kind of barricade or barrier to sort of say, hey, you guys, you work over here. They're basically going to get the interior of the cave ready for study. I'm thinking that should be a relatively quick project, so maybe like 2 turns.
Well, wasn't there a potential collapse?
Yeah,
like how
they're keeping them away from that area, but they're saying, okay, we need to let these guys at least get into the cave to do some. So the project's going to be the project's going to be to kind of secure the area around, especially near where the gravity anomaly was, like where he found that outside. They're going to try to secure the cave like area sort of near that to let the scientists get in and study in that area, while keeping them away from the collapse and the bodies and stuff.
I love this guy. Okay.
I'm okay with 2.
In 2 turns, because the first thing they're going to have to do is probably make sure everything's structurally sound, and then they're going to have to put up some form of barricade or something like to corral the scientists from wandering off, and get some agents in place to watch them.
That works for me. Anyone got a different timeline?
No.
All right.
That's good.
Okay, so 2 turns, and the scientists can finally get in there for real instead of having stuff brought to them. Okay, it's
Everything
Nick's
will be
turn.
revealed.
Okay.
King of Pentacles.
King of Pentacles. King of Pentacles. What groups or individual people have power in the area? What costly endeavor could the team take to earn the locals' trust? I think. Hmm. We're gonna find that the three most powerful people in that place right now is gonna be Agent Steel. Is what's his face there? The freaking Donald. What's his face?
No,
Oh,
he's
he was there in the
he, he,
70s.
yeah, he's the
He's
one who
And
there.
bought the mine originally. He's not.
he let, all they know is that, one night he came back to the bar. Like, he'd been always going down to the bar with him and his crew
Then one day he
for
just
months.
came back.
One day he came down to the bar just by himself. Like, you would always know he was at the bar. Like, he's like, I'm gonna own this town. I'm gonna own everything. I've got big plans. Come in, drink, get drunk, and then repeat his stuff up in the hills every day. And then one day he just comes down to the bar, abnormally quiet. His crew's not with him, and then he's gone, and they don't know, they don't know where he went. And that was in the 70s.
Okay. I don't know. That's a weird question to answer. I mean, it's obviously gonna be the FBI guys, and maybe like the sheriff has really good control of the town or something.
It's a sleepy town. I guess people would start to talk. Somebody had to have seen. The sheriff is probably starting to say, FBI's locked it. Like, we haven't been up there in a while. Like, what's people might be getting word. People might think to go up there, right? Like, you might have quote unquote official paranormal investigators, but you might have like crown crazies or whatever. They're bored, right? People want to like check it out, so stuff like that.
I guess that's my question.
Is that supposed to be a hybrid of the dude from
Yes.
Futurama?
No. It is. It is. Yes. Yeah. So it's a mixture of Professor Farnsworth and the fucking doctor from Animaniacs, because he's also German.
I mean, it's up to you.
I mean, I don't really know what to answer for that one.
What was your question again? What is
It's
this?
yeah, what individual or group has power in the area, or what does our group do to like regain trust of the town or something?
I mean, you can blow it wide open. Again, you don't have to keep things constrained. Like we don't need to stick to a timeline. Again, like a big thing about this is it's supposed to be. You can also think of it as a writer's room. So if you're writing a show, you wouldn't necessarily write the show completely from the field team's perspective. You could say there is a group of people, like say they the Knights. What was it again? LBS the Knights of King Arthur. The rumor on that. You could say there's a group in town.
Yeah.
That. Oh yeah. How about this? We'll do what's that thing called? It's not Key Club. It's the other one.
What?
It's like Stonemasons or something.
Oh, like the Freemasons?
Yeah, like the Freemasons.
Yeah, something like that.
So we can have like the there's like a Freemasons that kind of has a chapter near those woods, and they have a lot of power. There are like a lot of officials and all that stuff. People with a lot of weight behind their names, but they're super secretive. And they have a lot of power in the area, and they haven't done anything, but they've been very wary of the investigation that's going on. And I guess should I introduce a character for that as my thing?
You like?
Yeah.
Okay. What's a stonemason name?
Freemason? Stonemason? These are the stonemasons? The coal masons, dude. The coal.
The coal mason.
Oh my god, why can't I draw fucking glasses? And he's upset, right? You don't want to be here?
Yeah. I don't know what's a good name for that, guys. for
Is
a
it?
freaking Freemason.
I mean, again, it's a normal person. Are you
It
trying
could
to
be
put like?
just like the mayor, or whoever.
Something like John Adams or something equivalent. Robert Adams, something like that. Like it's a normal dude.
Yeah,
It's not
sure.
like he's
Robert
like a
Adams work.
saying he's like the leader of the chapter there.
Yeah.
George Lincoln.
Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah. Would you say James? James what?
Adams,
James Adams. Sure.
James. Well, you can have two James, I guess. You have a James Crawford, James Adams,
I'll change it.
Lucius Crawford.
There you go. And he's black. Yep.
He's a great grandson or grandson.
Famously named after his great granddaddy. Disappeared in the 20s.
Who are we talking about? The Freemason guy?
No.
No, we're
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
he's the son of the beat cop from the Chicago 1930s.
Oh yeah, Lucius.
Lucius.
Yeah.
So Lucius Crawford he'd probably be his grandson, not his great grandson, because it's only 1930s, 90s, 60
20s
years.
to the okay.
Then yeah, that's my turn. I think.
I think that's everything. Then you said there is Freemasons that are in the town, and they're kind of built around the idea
They
that
run the
there's some
town.
legitimacy to the. They run the town. They have officials, but I guess that you're saying they have some legitimacy, or they believe the legend.
Yeah, and they have like their
There's
chapter, like their building or stuff. Like it's hidden in the woods. They're super secretive and stuff.
and the mayor of the town also happens to be the head of the chapter here.
Okay. I mean, it's no mistake.
It's Random's turn next, and Random, you get the 1, 2, 3, 6 of Pentacles.
Man, all these characters. Okay.
I mean, you don't have to do a character. You can start a project.
A project's ending on this turn.
What's the project that's ending?
LBS is shoring up the.
Just
Showing up? Oh, showing the scientists what's going on. Okay.
Shoring up, like setting up like an area where the scientists can actually start entering the
they're
field.
getting to go inside of it now.
Okay. So what's the weather like in the area? How does this affect the team's research? We already kind of answered that with snowing and everybody's kind of upsetty. What unusual local phenomenon usually brought the area to the organization? I'll say that when did we say that night, the crazy night guy?
1900s was, there's no specific date, but early 1900s was when the legends started.
God, I don't even know how to answer this. Because we already said what the phenomenon is. I'll just say it. I'll just repeat it. I'll state it again, I guess. The phenomenon that brought the organization here was just the discovery of bodies like near the entrance of the cave.
I mean, you could also give more backstory to the local chapter.
Yeah, maybe it's the chapter that's dressing up as knights or whatever. Just
Like you can get like the phenomenon that brought that chapter there to think it's a real thing. Like maybe they have more insight that they're not revealing.
Yeah, like why is there stonemasons
No, but
in
this
this
is
small
the
little town?
organization, not that one.
Oh,
This is like
okay.
the one sending the team. I'll say the dead bodies, coupled with so dead bodies by the entrance, but the FBI had the information before the local government, so that somehow the FBI were aware of this. So let's just say that the coal masons didn't know why the FBI was showing up till now. Well, until they started asking about the mine. Got a He's got a good old shiny for it. Okay, and then I'm gonna start a project. Okay, oh no, never mind. A project ended.
Yeah, project. So LBS is project ending.
So basically, what they ended up doing was they had the their engineers or whoever go in. They check. They found an area of a good section of the mine that had artifacts and stuff, but was free from bodies except when they start moving at night, in which case the scientists won't be in there. And they set up just a few simple barricades and put a couple of agents on duty. So they've got a good section, maybe about a half of the opening, like in the initial part of the cave there. A good section of it where they can now allow the scientists to go in and start actually studying in there.
Okay, is this so? Is this them giving? Are they getting like a full briefing on what's going on in the cave then, or no?
Not completely, as far as I know. They still haven't been told about the bodies or
Okay.
everything. They're basically they haven't let them in the cave yet. Now they're going to let them in the cave to further investigate, especially after they discovered the gravity shift.
Mhm.
Oh,
They
yeah.
want especially to investigate things like that further. So they've opened up a chunk of the cave, the mine, for them to look at that.
Okay. And random, you get to finish your turn.
Okay. LBS, what's the name of this guy again?
The physicist Frederick von Hausen.
Okay, Frederick Rojas is starting a project on his own. He's gonna go ahead and try and sneak in. And try and I don't know if they have cameras or something. He wants to leave recording equipment in the caves during the night, so without the FBI being aware, to find out why they're keeping them out.
Ooh, okay.
It's a lot easier for him to do the analysis for gravity shifts if he can record it and play stuff back in slow motion. So he's justifying having recording equipment in place. So it's just a question of getting it. Yeah, the project. I guess the project would be like bringing in recording equipment to, quote unquote, get better, accurate readings that he can look at when he's back, back in his pop-up trailer. But in reality, he's gonna. Yeah, I mean that's the only way I can think you can have like
No, yeah.
large. It's not like where you can have a tiny cell phone camera anymore.
Turn him into a poodle.
Basically, what he's doing is he's going to shift where the camera's focused without letting anybody know.
Right.
Yeah, I want him. If they have video cameras, I want him to. He's gonna record what's happening at like. Why are the FBI specifically telling us at night? Like, because he's a physicist. He wants to know. There's strange things happening in this cave, and they don't want to let us study it at night. This goes against the laws of science.
Okay. How many turns do you think that would take?
For him to actually get what's happening, or is him just for him to set it up?
I mean, does he already have the recording equipment there?
I would imagine so, yeah. Like, I imagine they have cameras or something, so he's secret. Like, this is a secret project for him, I guess. He's secretly recording. And
I'll make this easy then, since it's already there, and the whole point of this is switching from purely investigative to.
That's what I want to do. Is like he's gonna figure it
out.
Big
deal.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll say one turn because the last card.
Maybe two. He'll set it up on the first one, and then he won't be able to look at the results till like the next night.
I like that.
Okay.
All right, two. All right, and last card before we switch to the anomaly thing. King of Swords.
King Swords.
Get it.
has the chief position of authority on the team? Who is resentful of this? Who has the chief position of
Doctor what?
authority in the team? Why aren't they qualified? I'll say that obviously it's Steel. We've already established it's Steel. Who is resentful of this? I would say Chad. Chad's resentful in the sense of, you know, the big government's hiding something, man. Like I know they brought me in, man, but there's more that's going on.
Oh, okay, who's Steel?
What's his name?
Yeah, for sure.
Zoinks.
What's the other? Von Hausen. You know,
Frederick
he's
von Hausen?
probably you know, they're impeding science, right? Like these government officials, like he now his interest
With a
has
K,
has
right?
had to have
Anomaly with a
skyrocketed
K.
skyrocketed by having a gravity event. Before, you know, why am I even here? It's a waste of my time. Then he discovers that gravity event, and now he's resentful of government bureaucrats like slowing down what could be the discovery of discoveries.
Von
So
Hausen?
those two, you know, several of the scientists are. And
Like
who is the
that?
first? What is Rocky's role, by the way? Like, what is he?
I thought he was like the normal scientist, like
Yeah,
from
but
the
I mean,
university.
they have like
He's a
different. Oh, yeah,
geologist.
you're right.
Like radio dating and stuff
He was
like
a
that.
That's right.
geologist.
He's a geologist, and he would be a little resentful too because it's, you know, this is some of the geocarbon dating they're doing
Is this
doesn't make any
is
sense.
that his last name for real? Hausen?
Funhausen, right?
Like that or with an A?
I don't know. I don't know German.
H-A-U-S-E-N. Hausen.
There you go.
Like that?
I don't know. I just made it up,
No,
man.
no, no. But well, I just want it right. You know, this is
Okay, there's nothing right about what we're doing, so it's fine.
It's H-A-U-S-E-N. Hausen.
Hausen. Okay, yeah, I got it.
H-A-U-S-E-N. Yep. I can't see if it's an A or an O because your little shark dude is in the way of it.
Oh, okay. It was an O. I turned it into an A.
You're golden.
Okay. So we've already established like resentfulness towards Steel, and I'll go ahead and start a project. They never got any mapping of the cave, but the FBI still needs to follow the lead on the house. Okay. There's two old man houses out there. There's one old man who lives out in the woods, and then there was Donald's house that he was his like base of operation that he abandoned, and people never really investigated further. Yeah, the FBI needs to investigate Donald's house to see if there's any leads. You know, is there anything left in at his domicile that he left a long time ago? Anything at all that would show
Axe cop look like again?
Axe? I don't know. Well, the FBI needs to investigate Donald's old house. How long do you think that would take? 3? Seem like a good number.
Investigate
2 or
his
3.
house.
He had like a
Is it an
ship.
abandoned like?
He had like either like not a manor. Again, this was like he just had a base up in the hills, something up in the hills that allowed him to do his work during the day, and he'd come down to the town at night to drink a little bit, and then he'd go back up with his team. So maybe, you know,
Whatever
I don't
the
know.
estate is,
I wouldn't say a manor. Yeah, some estate, I guess. I don't want to say he was like filthy rich, because why would you be doing these cockamamie schemes if you were filthy rich? Just maybe like a house, like a large house up there, or a cabin that he stayed at, that people kind of camped out at, his early preliminary miners. So 3.
Who are they? Are we sending? Are we sending?
FBI agents. So it could be Crawford if you want, but okay. So Crawford is going to go investigate Donald's old stomping grounds.
3. If,
I'll say 3.
Usually, if nobody's been in a while, they'll have to be really careful, like sorting.
who could be living there or what?
And you know, it might not be safe to go in there, so they'd have to be pretty cautious.
Dude, there's gonna be shit everywhere, like garbage everywhere.
Maybe there's a bear living in it now.
Bear cop. I need to draw like a young young cop to go along to Agent Steel.
Okay, that is it for the early preliminary investigation. LBS, you're going to start the actual anomaly is now in play.
All right.
Do we want to take a quick break before we kick into that?
You guys want?
I'm good.
I'm going to grab.
I could
I'll
grab
let
a
him.
break, yeah.
It won't take me long. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Take your
That's
time.
good.
Do you see? Can you see the face I'm trying to make here? He's trying to be like the I don't know, like whistling to the side, like do 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 do. Doesn't really look like it.
Yeah, I'm back.
Yep.
All right, I'm back.
Boo.
So we ready?
Yeah, I'm back.
LBS. Who's no? This is random. Okay, so it's going on. It's LBS's turn, but keep in mind, random's project ends on this turn. So card number 1, LBS. You get Queen of Wands.
Okay, let's see what we got here. I missed it. Queen of Wands, an avenue of research just isn't working out. The researchers become frenzied, working on a new breakthrough, working on long nights, ignoring their health. Okay. And then Wand is add a fact about something. Cool. This is working. So what the researchers have discovered is that at least in their section of the cave that they're able to go into, is that there are areas where with the gravity has been slightly affected, not by a ton, but by a good bit. And they've been doing everything they can think of to try and figure out what's going on, why it's happening. And what they've discovered basically is that the gravity has changed some, but not a lot. So it's normally it's what 9.18 meters a second, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So in that area, it's about 8.5. So it's lower. It's not lower to the point where it's extremely noticeable, but when it comes down to it, it's very strange. And they've been trying to research that, just doing everything they can do to figure out why, what's affecting the gravity, to try and map out how far it is. And it seems that it goes out from a single point because it's effective in a pretty big radius, but it's like the further away they go, the less affected it is. So what they've been doing is spending all their time essentially just timing themselves dropping things to try and find out exactly where the gravity has been affected the most and marking those spots. And that's what they've been working on pretty much nonstop for the past like week or so, not sleeping, not doing what they're supposed to, because they keep finding these areas in sort of around the perimeter.
Because honestly, as a physicist, that's like the most exciting thing in your life.
Yeah, so I mean, they're going crazy, and they haven't even really tried to get into details as to what's happening, because they can't think of anything that would cause it. But right now, they've mainly been just mapping it, and they're making discoveries about that. So that's what's they've really been working on. They keep finding these areas. There's not a lot of them, like there's not like 100 of them, but they've found in their section of the cave, they found 5 instances of that, and not all of them are the same. Some of them, the gravity drops down to like 8.5 meters a second. Some of them, it only drops down to like 8.75. Some of it is barely below the norm where they found them at. And then the fact that I'm going to add. Project finished. Do that first.
All right. Frederick has seen the dead bodies walking at night.
Ooh.
He's noticed the glowing off in the distance, and he wants to further explore. He's not sharing any of the information with anyone, and he is convinced that Agent Steele is in on it.
On the walking bodies, or
Yeah,
on...
that he know that so he's upset that he doesn't know that Steele also doesn't know. Is what I'm getting at.
Oh, I thought Steele did know. Did know, right?
No, it was. Oh, I remember being said earlier that he was just running it like a standard op, not knowing.
Oh, I don't know about that.
People were putting the bodies back where they were moving.
No, you're absolutely right. Okay. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I did. That's what I said, but I guess it blows that wide open.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
He thought everything was by the books, but I mean, if there's
Until they got there,
maybe they
okay.
If there's
maybe
bodies,
stand it up.
yeah, he knows something's up.
He confronts Agent Steele and gives him like, tell me everything, or the information will be released to the press that he hasn't actually, like, he's threatening to release information that he as actually isn't gonna do if he doesn't get everything that what they're doing here. That's what happens as a result of the project. He figures out the truth and tries to and wants to get it all out of Steel. I don't know if he'll get it. That's somebody else's business.
All right. So the fact that I'm going to add, which ties in with this, was a discovery that was made by watching the tapes that Frederick made. The bodies that are reanimating are not the ones that have been decayed or anything. They're the ones that look like they just died. And those bodies, rather, instead of like being like reanimated, rotting zombies, actually seem to be regular living people. Like, it just looks like they're basically reenacting the last thing they did before they died. Whereas, like the miners basically died in their sleep when some gas in the mine came up and killed them, essentially.
They're just gonna keep on mining.
So they keep on mining, and it's essentially, rather than being like something that animates zombies, it's almost like something is basically rewinding time, and they're just repeating the last things they did
Oh.
in the mine there.
Is this what Steel tells?
I like that.
Yeah. So then that's the fact that they've discovered, because they do the same thing every night, except obviously like things have changed a little bit. So when they go to mine, if it's already been mined, they just keep going until they hit something to mine. Then they walk back at the same time and lay down in their bunks just like they did, and then they're there the next day dead just like they have been.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my fact. It's less like a reanimation and more like a rewind.
Cool. It's my turn.
Yes, sorry. Yes. Your card is the 5 of wands.
Chad looks awful. Chad, get down here.
Chad. 5 of Wands. A new behavior of the anomaly is found and quickly studied. What allows the team to understand it so quickly? Or a previously ignored data point is finally connected in context. What unrelated events are proved inexorably linked? So I'm gonna say that. So wait, does Frederick tell everybody else about all this?
Not yet. Not. It's up to you. You can make that happen right now.
So instead of a new behavior, can it be the same time thing?
That's fine.
So they find that that it's not actually gravity that is changing; it's time that's changing, but it doesn't affect like electronic devices. That's why they couldn't tell. But the way they figured it out is they had a metronome running, and when they would pass it over these spots, it would run slower. So they find out that it's not actually gravity changing; it's time. But since time is directly tied to gravity, that's why their initial results were off.
I like that one.
Dude, it's gravity in reverse. Alright, Chad.
And then that's once. Is there any projects right
My project ends on random string.
now? Okay. Have to add a fact about something.
Oh, it didn't separate.
You can do whatever. Team meeting, project.
I'm gonna say that after more study, they find another of these gravity wells where the miners were sleeping. And yeah, that's it for me.
Okay. Random, you get the chariot.
Oh no. I don't even see. Okay, all the hard work the team is undertaking is undone. All projects fail. What causes setback? What was the project?
Crawford was investigating the last known residence of Donald during
Right.
his expeditions in the 70s. LBS did warn that you got to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
What causes setback? It seems to be gated with barbed wire, and no one is responding.
What?
Because it was to go and check. So it seems that somebody is currently living there and has gated the premises. Because all the hard work the team
Uh,
has undertaking is undone. All projects fail. The only project has to do with going there.
no, I know, but I mean, it's the FBI. Why would they not be able to?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mm,
Maybe like the house burns down or something,
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of like
in like a
a
green fire.
shack in the,
Body's
you
already
know.
like.
okay, I'll say that. That's better. I'll
Well,
say that
okay. There's two ways.
this
I don't.
house is has collapsed in on itself. So there could be clues in there, but it would have to be dug up under the rubble. So as far as like getting information right now, it's gone. Like whatever house once stood has completely like collapsed in on into the ground.
Yeah, I mean it's not designed to be there for long, right?
All right, like it. And then you don't need to decrement the project because it's been
That
handled.
was it.
So you also have the added bonus of an anomalous action. So anomalous action, project meeting or project or team meeting.
Um, anomalous action. In the morning during the body cleanup. Um, there is one. I'll say because we already said that there's like soldiers from other eras and stuff like that.
Well, those were uh, dynasty statues or whatever. We haven't really
Yeah.
described
They were
two.
just statues, yeah.
Okay,
The
well,
only bodies there was like someone
The
missing
knight.
in the 70s whose body it looks like it's decayed. Just
right.
recently.
Well, okay, so
No one's found the knight yet, at least officially, not from the
the
FBI or the scientist side.
the FBI doesn't know this, but they'll find them in the morning during the cleanup of all the animated bodies. They find that one of the FBI agents has been killed, wound through the chest. No weapon remains.
Ooh. What kind of one is it?
And then
Like,
with us saying, because we know, I'll say, because we know that they have like Chinese dynasty swords, and they have fucking like King Arthur swords. So let's say
ooh, what if they find like hoof
19
prints?
a World War II era like Japanese bayonet.
Oh, good one.
So like a Japanese soldier somehow ended up here.
So, question: did this FBI just like wander in there at night,
No, so this
or
was during the cleanup. The anomalous action is that one of the bodies still stayed animated, and like the Japanese soldier killed one of the FBI guys.
oh, like right there and then?
Like yeah, as he clean, like usually like all the bodies were
As a
supposed to be
cleanup.
dead, but
Oh
this
wow.
one was not. And as the cleanup was like as the FBI was moving a body, he was attacked by the soldier and died.
Whoa.
I'm imagining like the bayonet charge to the back when the agent didn't know.
Yeah.
Dead, then got up and charged him.
Scooping
Exactly.
someone else up and you Americans.
And so there's a dead agent through a chest that went through the back out the chest, I guess. But the weapon's not there. So they
Where
went.
is the ghost?
So the Japanese soldier's gone, and wherever the body then, like the body then died, That's where the body. That's where the bayonet and the bloody bayonet is. But it's not where the dead
Oh,
body is.
whoa.
Right? Like the soldier reanimated, did his duty, defending his country. He thinks, and then the body
Mm.
decomposed again, or whatever, dropped again.
Oh, wow.
All right.
That was crazy.
Next.
Fucking,
Yeah,
man.
crazy shit. Things
'Cause
things
now
pick
we're
up
getting into it,
now.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Agent Seal just starts having flashbacks to his time in the war.
My card is Queen of Cups.
The
Dude,
Japs.
for real, that's actually true. Steel could be a veteran of WWE.
Someone discovered the records of what supplies are in storage don't match what's actually here. What's missing? Something is found in storage that shouldn't be there. What is it? Why is this worrying? So okay. Frederick is going through his tapes of recording at night because they're still not allowed to stay there at night. And he found a tape of himself and the team recording, but it never happened.
Oh, shit, son.
Oh.
So these are recordings, at least, what they're talking about are days from now. But that tape is in his collection of tapes, and he has a tape of him and his team doing field research, but they have yet to do it.
Whoa.
But he has the recordings of it.
Maybe it's like planned stuff that they haven't gone to
Like
yet.
the tape is there.
So he went through his tapes, and he has a tape. Amongst his tapes that he has recorded, he's going through them to
So is this like a random
nighttime
new tape? Or
analysis.
is it...
Oh, he didn't notice because he's just got a bunch of tapes with dates on them. Yeah, so this tape has a date that's dated, 3 days in the future.
Oh, whoa.
And he thought, and he looks at it and thinks, okay, this is, maybe I just wrote this down wrong. And he starts looking at it, and he knows based off of the tests they've done, and the notes he's taken, and the research he's done, and the work they've done, this is something they were planning on doing a couple of days in the future. But it's recorded as if it's already happened.
Oh.
Is there anything on the tape?
I mean, it's just normal. Nothing.
Okay.
At least he hasn't seen anything yet from the tape.
Wait, hold on. Question: if the tape is only at night, or are they recording?
No. So they're not allowed to stay there at night. Still,
Right.
Like
So
they're
this is
still
day tape.
not in there. No. So he, it's day tape. You're right. It's day tape. So he looks at the tapes. Like he does the recordings while there. They do all their recordings,
And
but
he
he's
leaves it
not.
overnight.
He's just. Well, no. He takes the tapes back and he does more analysis of it.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's additional research. Like say he wants to
Those are
record like the
projects.
exact.
Those are separate, yeah.
Well, no. It's like say for instance.
Make workflow more efficient. They're like recording the experiments and
Yes.
things that can be
Yes,
observed.
exactly.
The night tapes are something completely. That
Well, the
only-
night.
Just
Well, the night.
that one is only Frederick's thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay. You're right.
yeah. The night tape was him uncovering. That was him getting leverage on. Well, we don't know how that resolved, but that's him getting leverage on Steel to what is going on at night. They need to do research, but he's still conducting experiments because this is still the Nobel Prize of all time, right? The gravity anomaly, or now it's the time dilution. So they're running experiments during the day. You would record, like say you would record like dropping a ball, and you do those types of things. You'd want to go back and get maybe the exact measurements, and you do that by looking at the tape. So the nighttime experiments to do calculations, start figuring this up together. And one of the tapes in his storage is from days in the future. So that's what's in there. We'll start a project on, or actually, I forgot what Queens provides. Or Queens of Cups. What does Cups do? Acquire or lose something. I would say, is this a stretch?
I like kind of Dr. Fred.
Steel is going to start allowing acquire access, is what I'll say. Acquire access to the nighttime. What do you call it? Nighttime investigation. Like the team is going to start getting limited, starting with Frederick, Steele is going to approve their access to it, but
Cool.
he knows this needs to be hush hush. This is ultra super sensitive. Like, don't let the commies. I guess they've already fallen apart at this point, but this is like,
Nah,
this
dude,
is
it's
a big
still.
deal.
It's a couple years after it.
Dude, we're still
Yeah.
scared of the Russians right now. What you
Yeah.
mean?
Well, this is no joke. Like, a big deal. And there's the added. That information might not be known to him that an FBI agent has died in the field. But Frederick has the power to, and they're starting on a trial basis with lots of guards. They're going to start investigating at night because they really want to get a handle on this. And the FBI agents in the field do not have the expertise to try to diagnose what's happening. So they've acquired access, limited access. You can't do any physical interaction with the glowing lights, but you can be in the cave as this stuff is happening. They've acquired the ability, at least Frederick's first, and then they might expand later. But any nefarious thing, FBI's like, we'll shut this shit down super quick if anything reaches the light of day, and people might start disappearing if things get out. So this is like no joke at this point from the FBI's perspective, from the U.S. government's perspective.
They're like on lockdown at the site and they can't leave and stuff.
You're starting to get into super classified information now.
Yeah.
If they're starting to go into here, this is some messed up stuff that can never see the light of day, but they also don't have the qualification to figure out what it is. So he's on a super tight leash, and if any indication that something slips, I don't know what would happen to him, but something not great would happen to him if they think that's happening. He's also German, right? Like, who knows what he might have connections to some foreign. They might be paranoid.
Like they might.
Saying,
like, I'll let this information leak. Like, and he's like,
right.
Fuck, the German is threatening me.
Okay. That's it for my turn. LBS, you get the. What is this? The 8 of cups? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, the 8 of cups.
Okay. All right, the 8 of Cups. Who in the organization is overseeing the team? What's that relationship like? Or do the team ever return to the organization? What do they do then? Okay, so our main man, Steel, does take a little day trip for a day down to the closest FBI branch office to get in touch with his superiors and request more manpower after they lost their agent. And he, despite how you may think he is, he doesn't go into complete detail because he doesn't essentially he doesn't want to get involved in some big long thing like with headquarters because he's too old. He's too he's about to retire, so he's too old for this shit. So he basically just requests, he's like, we had an incident, we just maybe need some more men. So that's basically what he ends up doing in response to the death of the one agent. Acquire or lose something. I'm going to start a project.
Okay.
After doing the investigations and stuff, the team's pretty much determined, like I said, locations of 5 areas where gravity is acting strange, and they discovered it was actually time dilation. So some chatter between Frederick and Rocky sort of brings up the idea that maybe the reason that it seems a little different is because whatever is causing this phenomena actually buried a little bit below where they're at now. So the project is going to be to very carefully try and dig down at the spot of one of these like time anomalies to try and see if there's something down there that's causing it. And basically, since they figured out it's a matter of time, they've discovered that they can track it by just literally having a stopwatch in it and a stopwatch outside of it, and
Yep.
taking a look at the difference, how fast they're moving. So the project is going to be to very, very carefully begin digging down and excavating around this area of time distortions. And I'm going to say that this is going to take maybe 3 turns, or could be more, because they are going to be very cautious when they do this, and not to mention when you're like
I
trying
say
to,
max, whatever it is.
yeah, maybe instead of 3, maybe go to 4, 5. I don't know, because they're going to have to be really careful. Because you think about it, like if it's rock, they're going to have to find a way to chisel it, and they're not going to want to use a jackhammer. And if you're trying to dig and it's dirt, and part of the shovel is time is passing differently than the other one, you're going to have to be really, really careful with it. You know what I mean? So,
I didn't even think about that.
yeah. So I'd say like five turns to try and see if they can excavate one of these time distortions.
Yeah, I'd say 4. But yeah, 4 or 5.
I would say 5 or whatever the max is. Oh shit.
Well, wait, how deep are they trying to dig?
We don't know.
They don't-
Exactly.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, 5.
They're
So
basically
like
digging.
it could possibly, it's for whoever, whenever it ends. It's pretty much LBS giving it based on what happens. It's time to decide what it is.
Yeah, essentially they're basically going to be kind of digging down using the stopwatch method to see if at some point,
They're gonna look for the source using this. It's gonna be
yeah,
hard.
and,
Is sort of
and if
what
at
it's
some
getting at.
point the watch speeds back up, they're like, okay, well we're past it, or whatever. So
Okay.
I might not have said it earlier, but the area that this affects, it's not like a huge area, but it has diminishing returns, so it may be bigger, but like.
I was thinking like this is like using a metal detector on the beach, bro.
Yeah, like it's essentially like maybe like the area that's heavily affected is maybe like 5 feet diameter, maybe even less, maybe like 2 or 3 feet. But of course, the effect extends out further. It's just barely noticeable towards the edges of it.
Cool.
So
Yeah,
they're
I like
going to be digging right at the exact like center of one of these things. So.
Cool. Is it my turn now?
Yes. Your card is the Page of Swords.
It's the second page I've got.
And we said 5 turns for LBS's project?
That's what
Yeah.
I would say. Yeah.
So someone new joins the team. Where are they sent from, and what's their agenda? Someone new joins the team. What must be neglected to
Perfect
train them?
timing. Ooh. We just need a new. Somebody just died and we need a replacement. What's the new agent coming?
Coming in hot.
Right here. I'm ready to
Come
draw.
here.
You want to make it a lady?
Yeah, I'll make it a lady. Angela. Storm.
Angela. Angela what?
Storm.
Oh, fucking Agent Storm. Hell yeah. Alright, what's she like? Tell me about her.
She's a redhead. And she got freckles.
Pull up. Fucking.
And then
Black Widow right now.
she's kind of, how to say it. She's a couple years younger than Steel, but she recognizes him from the academy or some shit.
Oh, he's gonna be like, oh, they're gonna send her.
Yeah,
She's gonna be all up in his face and shit.
yeah, she a little sassy too.
Okay.
Yeah, they got
Black
suspicious
Widow,
when
Jesus.
he asked for some help. They were like, "The hell is Steel doing out there?"
So you're sending me where and who's in charge?
Yeah.
Bruh, this.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Okay.
So it says, where were they sent from and what's their agenda? They were sent as a replacement for the agent that died, but the FBI is trying to figure out how Steel is like. How do I put it? Steel can't just be like, "Oh, a man died," like something more.
They're trying to keep him in
Like
check or keep
they're just trying to see,
tabs.
yeah, it's
Keep
like
tabs on him.
exactly. Because like
They're
they
like, yeah,
can't
you're
just
gonna
send
be
more of their
working
people to
under him, but
die.
you're really there to watch over him.
Yeah, just like report to headquarters.
Oh. Okay. I can't find any pictures of Black Widow that aren't cleavage and no fit. Like, come on, man, just show me a regular.
Well, look up like comic book Black
Dude,
Hero.
that's it. That's
Oh,
what.
is that what you're doing? Oh, I thought you were looking for MCU Black Widow.
No, I was looking for comic book
Why don't
Black
you
Widow.
just look up
I've
for
never
Scarlett
seen.
Johansson?
Because I can't draw.
Wait, you
her.
said? Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I was for reference. I was like redhead
Oh, okay.
agent, She's usually
Yeah,
serious. No, she's
yeah.
action pose and tits.
No, she's Agent Makarov,
Oh, that's
right?
who. There you go. That's no, because I just look up Black Widow. Perfect.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, there's a bunch of drawn ones already. Wait, what was her name
Is
in
it
that?
Mariko? I don't know. Whatever. Natasha. Here's
Well,
Wikipedia.
but while he's looking at that, how do
Romanova.
you want
Got
to,
it.
what,
Romanova.
That's it.
what do you want to do to end your term, Nick?
Oh, sorry. Let me find this Page of Swords. Secure or in danger or something? Actually, I'm gonna start a project.
Okay.
I'm gonna have the paranormal guys try to. They seem to find that the miners are the least hostile and the most recurring. So they're gonna try to make contact
Are
and see
they
if they can.
are they being allowed to access to them or?
Yeah, didn't you say Steel was giving them access to all this?
Just Frederick.
That was just Frederick because he knows already.
Oh, well, the paranormal guys are in there, right? So I'm gonna say the Steel, once seeing one of his agents or hearing about one of his agents getting killed by a ghost, tries to get the paranormal guys on it, and he like brings them up to speed on what's going on, because he wants the actual professional help. Here they were there before to like give them input, but now they're actually there to investigate.
And Chad's at the head of that.
I hope
what?
so. I hope
Chad?
so. Random says yeah, Chad's the head of it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's Chad.
I mean, Chad's the paranormal guy. I'm just wondering if he's the leader. Like, what he's a fucking hippie who
So
loves
are
aliens.
you
But
are you saying Chad is leading up the murder investigation of the agent? Is that what you're saying?
No, they're just trying to make contact with the ghost,
Is it a ghost?
or I don't know, whatever the
are they trying to
resurrection.
contact a dead agent?
No, they're trying to contact any of the people that walk up in the middle of the night.
So Chad is leading up the angle of paranormal. What this is? So maybe the physicists are saying one thing, and they all have different ideas of what's going on with them, with the miners.
Yeah.
And Chad's leading up the paranormal variant of it, and he has access to the. Okay.
So Chad looks like a nerd, but he's actually like serious about his job.
Yeah, he's actually smart, but he's just dressed as like a hippie. So that's why everyone's okay following him, because they know what he's doing.
Okay.
But they're still doing. They're still following the same time dilation routine, right? The miners, like they're.
These guys don't care about that, do they? The paranormal ones?
The paranormal guys might think they're ghosts or zombies or whatever, but that's what Frederick's, or that's what we've established, right? Is they're not, whatever's going on, it's some type of rewind replay every night from their perspective. But Chadwick is on the case for, the paranormal angle of this.
Exactly.
Okay. And how long is this investigation gonna go for?
I'm gonna say like his initial findings,
I would just
Or
like I would say
whatever
yeah,
one.
you
like two,
want.
I would say
like
one
two.
because if Steele's just gonna let him do it once.
One. I mean, he's got to do
I'm gonna
all the
say
studies.
I'm gonna see it's one to like set up and pick their target, and then two to actually make contact.
So 3 total, or 2? Or are you adding?
Making contact. I
Two
forgot.
total.
Okay, 2. All right. Random, you are next. How do you keep getting the world?
All right, hit me.
The world.
Damn.
An anomaly is found to be far more reaching in its effects. I like. Okay, just how big it is. These miners have been digging for millennia. Who the hell knows? Like, or like, not okay.
Well, they were the mining team that came in with Donald.
But they weren't. Maybe they weren't the first time mining team there.
I'll say.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'll say that from the existence of this mine, because we just know that this guy bought the mine on the 70s on a whim. So from the existence of the mine, since then there has been dead because they didn't like if you die in the mine they didn't
Oh
really
yeah,
take
we've
you
already
out.
established there's
Right.
other bodies from different timelines, but the
Right, right.
miners, this weird miner thing,
I'm saying so
those.
so it's far
Those aren't the
reaching.
only
I'm
miners, is
going
what you're saying.
so yeah, but so I'm saying from let's say it was in the 1500s or I don't know when the hell when it was 1776 was America, so and then
You could have
1800s
640
Native
way before
Americans.
that.
You could have
1800
Native
no but like
Americans.
so like 1800s that where was that they would have been here, like we would have colonized and people would have bought this land and actually started mining it, you know what I'm saying?
Or you don't have to have miner like this. Does the anomaly doesn't necessarily have to have
No, but I'm
things
making
to
it so
mine
that
it.
the since this has been a mine, since that moment that this has been a mine, the
He
miner
hasn't stopped.
corpses have been digging throughout, like that's what, and it'll be far reaching to the town. You get me?
Okay.
So you're saying since
So
the
it's like an
third.
ant colony down there of
Bigger
tunnels.
than people realize. There's a lot more.
I see what you're saying.
Exactly, because it's not just the miners that this one guy bought in the 70s. It's every dead miner that it has that has been in this mine since it was a mine. You get me?
Yeah, it could be ancient, you know.
Well, I'm not saying ancient. I'm saying whenever it was colonized and this was a mine.
Yeah.
I want to make that a concrete detail now, because that's perfect for this. So we're saying that it not only it's like it's not a mine. Now they know it's not a mine. There's no structure to it. It's just a maze because the bodies have just been mindlessly digging.
Cool. You have a thing too, don't you? Oh wait, is there a project?
No, and I gotta fucking yeah.
One project. Nick, yours has got one left, so you finish on my turn, and LBS yours is down to 3.
Okay, let's have a.
Next turn, I think.
We're gonna have a meeting, group meeting. It's going to be not Steele. Steele doesn't go. It's Crawford supervising, other FBI agents, Frederick, and Chad and his little paranormal crew. We're talking to the. We're trying to talk to one of the undead.
Oh, but that's next turn that I'm doing that.
It ends next turn.
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. Okay, I'll start the conversation then before we go out on a turn. What do we talk? What should we ask the ghost? What information can we even get from a ghost?
Well, are they even ghosts, or that's what they like? I look at this as these are people stuck in a time loop.
Yeah, but to the paranormal
We don't know.
ghosts. To the
Yeah,
paranormal
that's
guys
true.
are ghosts.
So definitely the paranormal guys. These are ghosts or zombies or
So the ghosts are
undead or
asking
voodoo.
the scientists, what do we talk? What do we ask these ghosts?
And you're starting. That's what the question is, or what are you
Yeah, I'm
saying?
saying, okay,
Oh,
what should we ask? What questions should we ask these ghosts, or what actions should we take with these ghosts?
I feel
Because
like
they haven't
Frederick.
made contact yet. They've seen them on camera, or Frederick has seen them on camera. So they wanna. What should we do when we contact them? Because they never have contacted them before. I mean, the only contact is a dead body or an FBI agent.
I'll say Rocky would try to do something that would change their loop, put something in their path, try to take the. So there hasn't been any physical contact,
No,
right? Like they haven't even touched them.
exactly. Yeah, they haven't even gone anywhere near them. This is before they do that. So this is like
Uh,
what are the actions we're gonna take once we actually come in contact with?
Rocky thinks what happens if some object makes contact with them, like thrown at them, drop near them. What if they touch something that's not of the cave? Put something in their path that, like a
Okay.
can, anything. What happens if something that's not of the cave comes in contact with them?
That's a
I
good
think
question.
LBS is next.
Frederick just kind of sighs. I don't think a bunch of miners are going to tell us anything, even if you can talk to them. But if you have to ask them something,
Oh, here, Frederick.
ask them what the date is.
Ask him what the what is.
What the date is.
Ah, see, that's
Oh, okay.
something. That's something that we wouldn't have thought of.
That's true.
Great job, Frederick. Boop.
And what does Nick say?
Am I Chad or
You can be whoever.
Boo whoever you want.
You
well,
can
Chad's the expert, right?
be it too. Like it doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can be. That's why it's saying who the people who are going on this expedition are having a group meeting.
Oh, okay. Well, Chad is gonna say that I guess the first steps would be one, see if things from our time affect them, which is what Rocky was saying, and then two, it's right, we have to get a frame of reference of where they think they are and what they think they're doing. Because could it be the miners from Donald, or are they other miners? So he says the first thing is kind of figure out who they are. Kind of, how do I put this? Try to date what they're wearing. If they have like old headlamps or if they're modern headlamps, and try to get a time frame. So if you do walk up and introduce yourself and they recognize you, you can kind of act like you're in their time frame or whatever.
Is anyone touching them?
I'd say Chad thinks that if all goes well and they don't seem hostile, you can offer like a handshake because that's pretty. Oh, no,
A
that's pretty
peace sign and a
universal, right?
handshake?
Make sure it's
Yeah.
with your. You shake with your left hand. What's that thing?
Oh yeah, because what
You wipe with
you
your
shake
right.
with your right because you wipe with your left. Yeah.
No,
No,
no, other way around.
No, isn't that the other way? You shake with your right because you wipe with your left.
No.
Yes.
Really? You guys wipe with your
Yeah.
left too?
No.
I mean, I don't, but that's what they did before you
Yeah.
actually wash your hands after you pooped.
Okay.
I have.
You would wipe your ass with your left hand.
Are you gonna draw the cave at all, Ren?
I don't know what it
Or
looks like, dude. It's a.
look at all the pictures I put. Look at all the pictures I put
Oh,
in
I'm
the
sorry.
chat.
I have my own references up. I'm sorry, dude.
There used to be a
Or
position
you're
to
gonna
Ooh.
held by royalty, like nobility or whatever, like the kings of England or whatever. They had somebody that was responsible for wiping their ass. It was a
God.
position. Not even
Is
I was looking
are you
for-
drawing the
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 chick.
Queen of Swords?
But I can draw her now.
Bear in mind, I think no.
It was called the groom of the stool. Google it.
Oh God.
Nope.
Nick, remind me. Your project ends and LBS's. Yours is down to 2.
Not gonna.
Okay.
Queen of Swords is, as he said, draw the damn cave, Brandon. Do it.
No, I
Do
gotta
it.
draw Agent Romanov. Hold on.
Okay, Agent What? We have an FBI agent named Agent Romanoff. What?
I forgot her name. Storm, Agent
No,
Storm,
Agent Storm,
the
yeah.
redhead.
Angela Storm.
I'm just using Romanoff as a
Okay.
reference.
Queen. What is Queen of
You
Swords?
fucking that scared me. You got fucking scared.
Stabby wants you to make him a character.
Who? No, fuck him. What?
If I have a card that
He
makes
can
a character,
be a groom of
Oh
gold.
hey.
Judd Apple Towel. Ex biker with one eye.
An ex-biker. If we find it, that
Okay.
maybe that's the
He's
ghost we're gonna
87.
talk to. Boom.
I think this one's good, especially after the conversation we had. Literally after the conversation we had. Okay, someone makes a big mistake. How are they punished? Someone makes a big mistake. How do they cover it up? And what problems does this cause? Okay, so Chad, for whatever the hippie in him, he's like, each person, for what I guess maybe he's got an opportunity to be near one of the miners by himself. And he's talking, not getting any response. He thinks like during the miners' routine, and how I envisioned it at least is the miners. Have you ever seen those things where people's heads like move really really fast, like little quick time dilation kind
Oh
of
yeah,
things?
yeah, I got you.
Like so stuff like that kind of happens infrequently. So they're not there's going on. Chad decides to do the peace sign. Nothing happens, and I guess maybe he's frustrated or he wants to get their attention. He grabs one of them by the shoulder. So,
Excuse me, are you dead?
yeah, something like that. Come on, man, shake it out or whatever. But he touches them for a second, and at least at the starting point, no one sees it, but his hand starts to shake. Just his hand, for right now. His hand, for a split second after he takes it off, starts to shake in like well beyond any speed known to man. Like it's moving super fast, and he loses all sensation to it. And it's like a time dilation event on
Can
his
his hand just like start
That's the start of
wrinkling and just like stay wrinkly afterwards?
Sure, yeah. Like his hand starts aging. It goes through different things. We'll just say that
Yeah,
it
yeah.
dilates.
Or there's like scars or
old,
something that
dilates,
pops up.
and it's young, dilates. Like there's something going funky with his hand, and it's changing. And I'll just say it starts with his hand. If people want to go beyond that, go for it.
I
But
know you were watching. I didn't know.
and what is the? Oh, and then Nick, your project ends.
Oh yeah.
He's got a.
Well, your guy already made contact, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I guess you could say what other results did he have before he decided to touch him.
I don't know. I don't really know the answer. I'm gonna say that. Man, I don't really know on this one, guys.
What's the question?
It's a resolution of Chad's paranormal No, well, you were supposed to investigate. Was it the miner or the death of the agent?
The miner. They're supposed to make contact with the ghost.
Oh, then yeah. I don't know.
Your turn to fate. So you decide what happens right here in this scene right now.
You can take this further if you want.
Oh, okay. Well, the guy's hand starts shaking. The one who touched him, right?
The hippie.
Okay.
His name is Chad.
As a name.
You gave it to him actually.
The miner is gonna
He's got.
once the Chad removes his hand and it starts shaking, that's when the guy kind of like feels the sensation of touch, and he kind of turns around and he's gonna look at Chad, and he's gonna just like eye him weird, and then he's gonna say, "Who are you?" And damn, should I do a team meeting for this?
You're just doing a project resolution. This is your turn.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. And
I was going with
okay.
Chad's going to cover this up.
Gotcha. The miner is going to say that we're here on behalf of Donald, whatever his last name is, and we've got the permits for it. And if you have any questions, go ask him. Whatever. And yeah.
And then Queen, or what does swords give you?
Is it? It's still your turn, right?
Yeah, it's my turn. I'm finishing it now.
Secure or endanger something.
Secure or endanger something. I think LBS your project is recommended on one on my turn, so it should finish on your turn. Secure or endanger something.
It's gonna after my turn, actually.
Your project ends after your turn.
Yeah, because it was 5.
That's right. Secure or endanger something. What would be endangered, or what could be secured?
We said that the miners are regular. They're not zombies. They're just regular colors.
I mean, I've always assumed that they're not like it's almost like stasis when they go down. Like they just go into stasis when they sleep during the daytime. So they're not decaying. They're not decaying like the other bodies of different time periods that were in them. The miners are just in repeat, but maybe they're doing more digging later on. I guess we haven't found the older miners you're talking about, like the ones that when they was first found.
Yeah, you're right.
Giving him a little neck beard.
Start a project. I wouldn't mind doing something with Frederick's discovery of that tape. I'm trying to think what he would do.
He would try to like alter it, but what if he has no choice in altering it? Or what if he does alter it? Then that's even weirder.
Okay, yeah, he tries to, knowing what's in the tape and the date that's on there, he tries to do something that would be different than what would be recorded on the tape. So let's say they experiment with I don't know, dropping a ball at a certain point. He wants to instead drop a Rubik's Cube. Or maybe he was wearing a blue shirt that day. He's going to wear a red shirt. So he wants to experiment with changing what is on the tape that he saw.
That's good. So the amount is going to be when does that end?
I guess since we said it was a couple days from when he was recording, I'll just say 2. Because he knows the information of what's written on there, so he just has to do something different than what's written on there on the date.
Makes sense to me.
And while I'm writing that down, LBS, your card is the 8 of Wands.
Okay, let's take a look here. A member of the team finds connection to a previous anomaly the organization is contained, or a new member of the organization joins the team saying they believe there's a connection to another anomaly they've worked on. What else aren't they telling the team yet? Okay, I'm going to say a new member comes in from the field office in Dallas, Texas.
See if I don't dab you.
Judd Apatow.
I didn't know you were drawing random.
This guy's name can definitely be his name can be Judd.
That's what
That's what Agent Judd.
Agent
That's
Apple.
all you need to know. He just doesn't say his last name. Just Agent Judd, and he comes in and says that they have found in an underground cavern or a part of an underground river that they discovered an area of time dilation there where they had noticed a couple of out-of-place items, including like Native American spears and things that didn't seem to have any like the amount of decay on them you would expect if you were to find something like that. And really, he didn't see any way of how they would get down there. what he's not telling the team yet is that that's not the only other instance of this that they have found. They've actually discovered some of these strange time dilations in other places, but they've only cleared them to discuss the one that they had in Texas because it was very, very similar to the one in Washington in a few ways, while the other ones were a little bit different. But they basically just sent this guy in because the one that was there was relatively small, but he had some experience at least working with it. So.
Interesting.
Now, the wands is a fact about something. So, an observation was made through some of the recordings, and it was one of just the little random like scientist underlings that was watching a lot of tape, especially some footage that had been taken of the miners. And what they noticed was that the miners do the exact same thing when they reanimate, right up until the point that something has changed since the previous time they were out. So, for example, previously they would walk to a specific area and then suddenly start mining. Well, the next night they would keep walking, but they wouldn't change anything until they reached the area where they'd start mining again. And their actual like movements and everything up to that point are identical to what they did the night before practically. And when they would reach where they had been the previous night, you would see like that kind of head shake and like really weird movement, fast movement, shaking, things like that. That would happen, and then they would start moving normally when they were mining their new area.
Ooh.
They also noticed that essentially if like say a piece of equipment or something or a rock was in their way, that suddenly that they would get these glitches and then move normally for a short time, glitch again until they got to the wall they were mining at or wherever they were going. So basically, it's almost like they were just a recording up until the point that something has changed, in which case it would kind of freak out, like go crazy a little bit, and then they would start moving almost like nothing
happened.
like they're doing what they were originally supposed to do.
So confusing. So they're like trapped? The miners are like.
Well, it's just like it's almost like they're just doing an identical replay of what they've done up to the point that something has changed, in which case the replay stops and they take new actions. And then
Are they aware of it or no?
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
they're not.
Like,
I
maybe it's
thought they
like
were
a
telling this. I'm like, whoa.
no, like a 51st dates thing, where they just don't remember the next day.
They're not aware of what's going on, but somebody noticed it when they were observing that. You know, when they get up to the point they had been the night before, it's almost like something just fast forwards it until they just start moving normally and mining again.
Okay. Gotcha now. I thought they were communicating this to him. Like, oh shit, they're speaking.
No communication. This is just they were observing some of the video footage that Frederick had obtained, and they just happened to notice it in the background.
So wait, is my dude still talking to this ghost at this moment?
Right now,
Or-
yeah. Nothing has
He
happened.
still talks to him, huh? Okay.
He's weirding out right now, man. What's going on, man?
He's getting glitchy.
This time thing is happening.
I think that's all for my turns.
Yep. So it's Nick's turn. Nick, you have the. This is the 4 of Pentacles?
That's like the 4 of Pentacles I've got.
I know.
Let's see. 4 of Pentacles. What's a unique geographical feature of the area, or how does the anomaly impede movement around the area?
I can't draw sexy girls, man. This is so hard.
Just draw like Shigo from Kim Possible. Her kind of face is like a pointy, like chin kind of thing.
Yeah, I was like pointy chin then.
Well, we already talked about the river that's like under. Uh,
There's a river.
hmm.
Oh, that was actually pretty
So I'm gonna go with the anomaly impeding movement. So the anomaly, what it's actually gonna do is it's gonna start the further you go into like the mines and stuff. The how do I put it? You go in there for like an hour and you come back and you feel like it's been the whole day. Hold on, how do I put this?
Are you doing the Interstellar?
Their days seem shorter. They're feeling like they don't get enough time to research as they did when they first got there. But they would always leave at when their watch told them, so they have enough time to get back. And then they just find themselves feeling like they have less and less time to do the same kinds of experiments. And then Pentacles is introduce a new character. Or I can start a project or a team meeting, huh?
It's actually two projects are finishing. LBS's excavation of a time dilated area, and mine of Dr. Frederick attempting to change what happens on the experiment data for that day.
Okay, should I finish my interaction with the ghost though? I mean, I don't
good. What do you
know.
mean?
Because the dude like taps him on the shoulder, right? And then he's.
I mean, you can change. So if you want to introduce a new character and have that be the minor, or you can make a project that finishes.
No, I'm gonna say that
You can
that
have
was the
a.
only time that they talked to those miners, because they didn't feel like they wanted to talk to people. So for their new character that I'm gonna introduce, it's gonna be.
Oh, this
You got to do the project. It goes project.
Wait, that
Oh,
would be
sorry.
after. Yeah.
Good, good.
So LBS, do you want?
I don't care.
Probably you, because that's what happens. I feel like whatever is on the videotape has to be based off the results of this.
Okay, so
The results of this project.
after carefully excavating the area around the project, around one of the time distortions, they dig down and they find essentially they start to notice that the rock is strange around where the anomalies are at as they're excavating, almost like the rock isn't as old as what is around the rest of the mine. And they dig down and they start just slowly chipping their way through the rock until one of them, one of the guys notices a kind of very bright, like kind of sparkly look coming from the work light shining. And what they uncover is a crystal, and it's I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of
It's a time crystal, Morty. You gotta shove it up your butt.
Alright, I can't draw sexy ladies. Fuck you.
She looks like she's anemic.
It's because okay, look, she's supposed to be a veteran too. I can't.
I mean, it's fine. I think if you added color,
I-
it would probably help.
Finish her eyes, and I think that might help. Or maybe get rid of the things around her mouth, the cheek, whatever lines.
But she's old. She's a
Yeah, well, just don't. The one on her maybe not so large and deep, and maybe like smaller lines, because it looks like that one on the side of her face looks like she's got like 0.00% body fat.
These things.
I'm just saying.
Over here. Yeah, this. I don't know.
I can't really find what I'm looking for, but the way I describe this crystal, it's not like some kind of like pointy, like perfectly shaped crystal. Like, have you ever seen a bismuth crystal before? It's got like a weird, like square outlines and stuff.
Texture.
Yeah, it looks kind of like that, except it's sort of like translucent, and it's kind of like purplish, pink, and white. Like you can sort of see through it, but you can't really see through it. And they discover that crystal is at the center of this time anomaly, and it doesn't look necessarily like it doesn't look artificial, but it also doesn't really look natural. It's just really, really strange. Like, and it's not on a pedestal or anything. It's literally just kind of stuck to the rock. But the rock around this crystal is like almost looks like different a little bit than the rock that's in the mine. And that's what they discover at the bottom of where they dug out. And yeah, so that's how that project completed.
Okay, and I will say then, since he didn't truly know what was going, the only thing he could definitively change in his mind going into it, Frederick wore, I guess in the videotape, he wore a white button-down shirt and jeans or whatever, and today he's wearing a green button-down shirt and jeans. So he wanted to, he wanted to see if it had any impact, if something crazy happens, if it's like what is it from Back to the Future? Don't see your previous life or previous self, or all a universe implodes. Or don't. Okay, sure.
What if he like spills coffee on his shirt and his only backup is that white button down? Or something weird.
No, because I feel like he would still know it, right? Like he wouldn't change his shirt. He would do something else different.
He'd keep
he would do. He would always do something differently to prove it happens, because he wants to prove there's no time, or he wants to see if there is a time paradox. He's playing with fire.
What if the tape, like once he watches it again, it shows what actually happened?
So, what I'm going to say, and we'll maybe.
I mean, it's your story to tell. Yeah, go ahead.
He wears a different shirt. He goes back to his, or actually, as he's leaving the cave, he sees a tape. That another one, one of the random items that exists in the cave. He now sees a tape, and it has the same. I don't know. Why would he have? It's already in the camera. No, yeah, he just takes the tape back. The tape that was there still exists, with everything exactly the same. No, everything on the tape didn't change. Nothing changed. He had no impact on the tape. But now he has a second tape, and everything on this second tape recorded from the day is what he did. So there was it didn't change anything in the original tape. That tape is still there with a different color shirt though. So
it did change. Or
I'm gonna
change.
Nothing. The old tape's still there. It's just a different reality.
Oh, okay, got it.
That's really what I'm getting at.
Thank you.
He didn't create a paradox. Like him knowing that did not change the outcome of what was on there.
It's gonna be the same no matter what.
No, it's different.
No, the tape is what I meant.
Yes. That tape. Nothing changed on that tape. I'm gonna go with that's a timeline that just continues to exist, and he has now created a new timeline, a green shirt timeline. And these are the things he hypothesizes on. He's like, okay, so paradoxes don't exist. There wasn't some great thing that impacted me, or maybe there's something else going on. Maybe, who knows? But he did not create, based off of his experiment. He thought he was going to see if there was going to be a paradox, and all that happened was that tape still remains with the white shirt, but now he has a tape with a green shirt. So those are two projects that end, and now Nick, you get to decide how. I don't even remember what card you have. The Four of Pentacles. So you get to finish your turn. Probably want to put a little
introduce a character.
Go on. Or project or team meeting.
I'm gonna start a project. I'm gonna be the what's it say is Rocky and Chad are gonna team up, and they're gonna see if they can influence the miner's path. So they're gonna try to like put up like fake walls and see if that works, or if the miners can recognize what they built so far. It's kind of what they, because they notice that they kind of glitch out when they come up to the next part where they need to mine. So he's trying to see that if you can change that, how do they react?
Who's part of this team?
Chad and Rocky.
The Wonder Bros. The friends from college.
I
Okay, I'm gonna make. She would have like probably.
How long do you think that experiment will take? 2 nights? 1 night?
think 2 nights.
Okay. All right. And next is random, correct?
Okay.
What
Now
is with
face
all
card,
these?
please.
So many pentacles.
Okay.
I don't know why. 9 of pentacles.
Something just feels wrong about this place. What? Or something about this place puts people at ease. Just what? Okay. So how LBS? How deep did they have to go for this bismuth crystal?
Oh, not like super deep. The one they did, they went with the one with the strongest like distortion reading. They found it about 3-4 feet below the surface of the cave.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Um. So we'll say that the further that they keep, like, because now they're doing like full-on expeditions armed with armed guard and everything. The further that they explore, um, the more, or like the older things are being found. Like so now it's like, oh look, it's a can, it's like a 7-Up can from this age. So the further that they go along, there's the age is going back on the stuff they find and the bodies they find, like the stuff they're wearing and everything. That makes sense.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm gonna start a project. Agent Storm here. She 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 wants to put one of them down and see what happens. She wants to try and shoot one of these beings and see what happens to the body afterwards.
She wants to shoot a miner?
Yeah, yeah, she wants to they know that they're going back to corpses during the day, so she wants to know if they can be killed, like if this is sort of like with the how to interact, but this is just her way doing it, you know?
Okay.
It's just like, dude, shoot them and see if they're dead and if they die or something different happens in the morning. This is like to the FBI guys, I guess.
She's like, just shoot them already. They're already
She's
dead.
like, just find one. Yeah, exactly. She's like, find one, shoot it, and report to me what happens. But this is separate from Steel and the Chad Bros.
All right. How long do you think that's going to take? 2 nights?
Yeah, I'll give it 2. I give it 2 before, like doing it without being found out.
All right. My turn then is, and Nick, your turn. Your project ends on my turn, so you get to finalize that. 4 of Wands. It's weird. We're not getting any anomaly cards like we did the other time.
Yeah, when me and Bernie did it, it was anomaly card after anomaly card. We're like, God damn, give us a break. That's when I'm like, that's why when we started, I'm like, careful because they come fast. Like for us, it was crazy. Because I'm like, all right, we did take some out that were not anomalies, but to think that we were getting them that often.
Report comes in from the organization heavily redacted. What don't they want the team to know? A report comes in from the organization bearing bad news. What about the information terrifies the team? So this would go from. I probably want to go with the. Hmm. Okay. The Crawford is back in the cave helping with analysis, like he's part of the investigation, and he sees what looks like, the classified folder in the in one of the areas of the cave, and they've searched through the cave before, so this is something that he assumes somebody dropped, which is stupid, right? Why are you leaving like classified paperwork out amongst these scientists that don't have the clearance to read it? So he grabs it, takes it back, starts reading it. It's a full report of how everything went wrong with this project. Nobody has been found that came to the site, and there was a massive cave-in that resulted in the dam collapsing and impacting the town. So this report is dated like 2 or 3 years from now, or a year from now, as a synopsis of what happened. But for whatever reason, it's in the cave.
All right.
Nick, your project is done.
Okay. So they're trying to see if they can influence the direction that the miners are mining in. And what happens is they build a fake wall, but when they get to the fake wall, the miners just kind of just like stop and stare at it, and they'll all start to glitch. And then once they stop glitching, 3 of them will be facing the one guy who's in charge, I guess. And he'll just naturally, casually be like, "All right, guys, I'll be right back." He's gonna walk back, and they're gonna find a map, and he's gonna come back, and he's gonna say, "Yeah, guys, this is it." And they're just gonna cut through the fake wall. And then after they cut through it, they're gonna glitch, and they're just gonna keep going.
Oh, so it's like they're treating it like a wall back then.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it seems to the people that they have a predetermined path. They just don't know where it goes, and they want to try to get a sneak at the map. So they're gonna try to. Oh, that's later, actually. Yeah, that's it.
All right. I'm going to switch. I was typing. So what happened? You said the miners do what now? They found a map? What do you say, Brandon?
So what they try to do is they try to build a fake wall, but when the miners get to the fake wall, they kind of stare at it, they glitch, and then the captain goes and pulls out a map, and then they keep going through the fake wall. Once they see that it opens up to more, they glitch again, and then they just keep going.
Phase through the wall?
So, no, my well,
They
okay,
treat it like a real wall. Yeah.
yeah, my understanding is like they made a fake wall, and then the ghost or whatever the entities treat it as if it was a real wall back then. Go like came back with plans to be like, nah, dig through this, and then so they watch this, right?
He walks up, he's like, "I'm pretty sure this is where," and then that's where they dig again.
They pretty much saw a replay of them being like, hey, this wall's not supposed to be here, and the supervisor went and came back and be like, dig through it. It is supposed.
No, not a replay. It's like the first time that they were digging through it.
What they do in that situation, in that timeline, is what you're saying.
And they think that they haven't dug through that wall, but they know they're supposed to.
Yeah,
so that's why they
exactly,
took the map.
Okay.
They're like, "Oh, we should have like cleared this already." And then the chief's like, "We already, or it should be here," and they just start digging again. Once they realize that it's fake, they destroy it, but then they glitch again, and they forget about it being fake. Does that make sense?
For them, it's business as usual, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They treat that wall as if they hadn't already dug a hole through it, and they start digging through it.
Okay. Yeah, I like that. And then for mine, project is Crawford doesn't know about the experiment Frederick did, but Crawford, with how cavalier Agent Storm is. Well, maybe Crawford doesn't know Agent
Okay.
Storm's going to start shooting
Here,
bombers.
yeah, here's
But
Agent Storm looking at Steel from far away. Like, bitch, I'm watching you.
And with Agent Steel being so by the book, and probably even with saying all this stuff, he's still not doing he's not buying in. Crawford's going to sync up with Frederick and some of the other doctors with this classified report and be like, what can we do? What is this? Is this real? Is this a joke? Like, what is this? So he's going to bring the report to Frederick and say what can be done by this. Is this, what should we do before he brings it to his superiors? So I would say 2 or 3.
I would say 3 or 4, but I'll stick with 3.
I'll do 3. I'll do 3.
3 sounds good.
Yeah, 3 is good.
Just looking.
Well, I type this up. LBS. How about it's getting kind of late. How about we finish this round of turns, because that'd be 16 cards. And we can pick this up another time and lead to the final.
Yeah, sounds good.
I would say maybe 20.
This will give us time to
20 cards.
think about it too.
So
Maybe
we can stop.
do 1 or 2 more of these and then go to the final cards. What you're saying? Like,
We can make a decision.
right here.
Let's do one more, just one last set of 4 cards, so 1 card each.
One more turn.
Okay. Yeah.
One more turn, and then we'll put a hard stop here, because I've also been taking notes, and we have the stuff here, and I have all the cards we use, so we can just pick up where we left off. But then we have in mind how long we want to go to the climax. And your card,
It
LBS,
just slows
is
down
the-
and get many anomaly cards.
yeah, it's
All right,
really
what I
okay.
have?
9 of swords.
9 of what? 9 of swords. Okay.
Sword.
Let's see what's that.
Sword.
Sword. Member of the team in a position of power is acting paranoid, or a member of the team is acting paranoid. What are they worried about, and how does this isolate them for the rest of the team? Okay, well, obviously, people are getting a little freaked out because of all the weirdness with the time and stuff. And our main guy, Dr. Frederick von Hausen, is he's sort of been an outcast a little bit, but he's made a lot of the breakthroughs too. But he's acting very, very paranoid. And what he's acting paranoid about is he's starting to question if they're actually seeing something that's affected by time, or if they're looking at something a little bit different. Like, there's obviously time dilation, but he's beginning to wonder, based on what he's seeing the miners do, if they're seeing the same set of miners every time. With the way they glitch out, the way things are changing. And then he's starting to worry about this tape and these other reports coming in. So he's basically starting to wonder if the people around him are the same people he came to the project with, or if he's seeing, different versions of them too. He's had that sleep, and it struck him as strange, I guess. I don't know if he's aware of the plan to shoot somebody, but doesn't that end on this turn?
Yes.
And right after you.
Yeah, so, maybe he's kind of got word that this is happening, and he's like, nobody in their right mind would come and decide to do that. He's like, is this, he's going a little crazy. So he's like, okay, I'm going to not just observe what's going on there. I'm going to start observing the people on the team too. So that's why he's isolated. He's trying to stay back and just observe everybody. And he's also decided to go back in the videos and try to remember if the videos that he has if he was actually wearing that shirt or those pants or those shoes that day that he's got the video footage of. So he's going a little crazy here.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be tripped out too if I saw weird, like a video of myself doing something that I never did.
Yeah.
Random, your shoot a miner in the
Right.
face sense.
Storm and 2 other agents go out during the night, um, under Steele's nose. They find they actually go and they know they can't move. They don't want to touch him, so they avoid the miners that are near, that are always like coming back to where they found him. So they go deeper in and try and find like one that won't be found in case something happens. One simple in the day. The As soon as like the bullet hits the miner, the miner just turns back into a dead body. Like turns into a dead body right there and then during the night. Um, and that's what happens to that in that experiment. So like as soon as they kill, quote unquote kill, the body turns back into a corpse. It isn't animated as a miner anymore.
Aged? Is it like
No,
freshly?
aged. It goes like turns to skeletons or whatever kind of bodies we're moving around right now. You get me? Like it goes back to being atrophied and rotten
It
or
goes
whatever.
back to the state it was in before it
Correct.
started. Like it normally resets
Like
in the
if
morning.
they would have found it in the morning, it dies.
And LBS, finish your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to finish it up with, I'm going to start a project. This project is going to be done by our boy Frederick. And what he's going to do, it's going to be a two-day project. For both of these days of the project, what Frederick is going to do is he's going to take a notebook with him and he's going to write down what he sees, the people that are going to be in the video. He's going to take notes on them, what they're wearing, what they're doing. And he's going to take timestamps. Saw Scientist B, blue shirt, khaki pants, brown boots at 10:14 a.m. digs up artifact A. And then he's going to go back and compare the video footage to see if anything is different in the video from what he recorded on his journal. And he's going to do that for two turns because he's going to do it for 2 days.
Okay.
Bigger sample size.
Nick, it is now your turn. You
Okay.
get. Oh God, I don't know if it's good or bad. Wheel of Fortune.
The Wheel of Fortune. The Anomaly baffles all predictions. Roll all project dice. If there are no projects, everyone at the table starts a project.
There's one project, so I'm going to roll LBS's. It went from 2. With all the time dilation, this is great.
Oh shit.
I bumped it up to 3.
Okay,
Reroll
okay.
it.
Huh?
Did you roll it?
Yeah, it was 2. It was 3, or it was 2 is what he did. So that would decrement it down to 1 at the start of this. But I rolled it, so it's 3 again.
Okay.
Frederick lost himself in how long he's been dragging.
And then I have anomalous action. So what's gonna happen is the miners are getting closer day after day, or to what they're reaching for, and the ghosts and everything are just gonna be 24 hours. It's not gonna be day and night anymore. It's just gonna be all the time. So the miners don't stop mining. People don't stop walking. They had to shoot the freaking Japanese guy because he was gonna kill someone again.
Okay.
So now it's like a full-time thing. And I think that's it for me.
I forgot I had a project. I just rolled it.
Oh yeah.
5. Mine was the Crawford working with Frederick on what to do about that report, but that jumped up to 5. So it's going to be a little while. You said that they were doing actions during the day now. The bodies.
Yeah, they're being resurrected through the day and night now. Like something's changed, you know.
Like they still reset. I'm assuming like in the morning, but instead of waiting till night, they just immediately come back. Is that what's?
Yeah, pretty much. The reset time is like a minute. And then just get back up and then keep mining. And I think it has something to do with the mining. And the miners are just like going a little bit faster, you know.
Put
Okay.
them on overtime.
Like fast forward.
Yeah.
Yours is the 3 of Swords.
That's a good setup for the climax here next.
Yeah, random your 3 of Swords.
Team is an insider in the community. Why is this person helping? Or someone in the team is stealing resources. What do they need it for? How are they hiding this?
The time crystals. You gotta shove it up your butt.
How many of these did we recover? That's a good question.
Time suppository.
Did we
I'm
only have
aware
one
of
crystal?
one.
They didn't recover. They just uncovered it. Like they didn't touch it yet. They just found it, basically.
And how big is it?
It's not huge. Like I would say about the size of say like a football, something like that. It's oddly shaped because it's like a bismuth crystal, so it's kind of hard to say how big it is. But you know, it's
like a grape,
not,
like an apple.
no, more like think like pumpkin, soccer
Okay.
ball, football.
Oh wow, big.
You know, something, but it's not like perfectly round. It's like odd shape. So there's like gaps in it. If you look up a bismuth crystal, you'll see what I'm talking about.
All right, no, okay. Frederick is stealing cameras, tapes, all he just to continue his research on this. So now he's going into frantic recording of everything, and now he's just stealing tapes. Nonchalantly, we'll say. And then freaking swords. Secure or endanger something.
You beat me to the link on that bismuth crystal. Right as you
those
did.
are so cool. What the hell do we endanger? Secure or endanger. All right. Storm. Agent Storm is going to try and capture. Like capture one of these without touching it. Like trying to capture one of these entities and seeing what taking it outside does during the day. So they're going to.
You want someone to touch it? What do you mean by capture?
So like in a net or something.
A cage or something?
Yes,
yeah.
A cage, net. They're
trying. You said you're starting a project?
No.
Or you're securing?
This is they're securing it. They're gonna capture one of the boys to try and take him outside. But like because now they're no longer dying, so they're constantly active. Without touching him, they're gonna.
What about the one that got shot? Are you saying he reset? Like he stopped, but then he reset?
Oh, That's a good
Yeah,
point.
well, he
Yeah,
just
I
reset.
guess he would reset because he just dies and then gets re. They just died then. So in my mind, when they shot the thing, wherever in this timeline that the miner was, he dropped dead right there. And there's a bullet in his back that no one else is gonna see because they don't know about bullets back then.
1970s.
Yeah, yeah. Well, not this type of bullet in the heart. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Okay, so what's the result of her certificate?
No,
Or is that it?
that's it. They've secured one. They got one. Like they have one in a cage that's constantly trying to move out of it.
It's just itching all over the
It's
place.
just trying to pushing. It's like walking against the cage, but they haven't done anything with it.
Okay, and last turn, or last card. God damn, Pentacles. 2 of Pentacles. An inquisitive local is looking into the team's investigation. How does the team prevent her from discovering the truth? An inquisitive local has discovered the secret but wants to help the team. What is their motivation? Does the team let them join?
We still have the what is the coal masons?
That's what I wanted to do, but the problem is, I thought they would have a little more knowledge of what's going on. And I don't think they would. I feel like they would not want to help because they would have already if they could. So, yeah, they called Masons whatever you want to call them, the Knights of Arthur Cole Masons. They send somebody under the guise that they're just like a local from the town. She's a member of the Masons, but she's coming like no one knows about the Masons. So she goes up to try to say, hey, Mister, can we come help investigate? We heard there was reports of missing people. Can we come help find the missing people? And she just gets shooed away. But it's just one person. Like they can't send everybody from the town up into there to do it. So I mean, it's the FBI. No, miss, go away. So I guess the Masons are trying to probe their security to figure out what they know so far and to see if they can get anything in there. But I mean, their first attempt is not very good. And Pentacles, what does that let you do? I'm not introducing another character. It's too many damn characters. I'll start up.
Or you can introduce the lady who came up. It's fine.
Well, we won't keep track of her unless we really want to go through the. I was gonna go through the mayor anyways.
I'll go for it.
It's fine. No, I mean if I was gonna do that, but yeah, fine. We'll do the mayor. The mayor of the town is I'm trying to think of how
Arthur.
detailed we can go into this.
Make sure his name's Arthur and he's a knight.
Sure. His name's Arthur. They believe that the cave.
Lineage. He's from the same family lineage of the crazy man.
Well, I mean, he believes all those people believe that there's something legitimate up there because it's like the local legend is the night in the woods, but I mean, there's things popping
of that crazy night.
People. Well, no, the crazy night. At least maybe someone did make contact.
Masons are the descendants of that crazy night.
Well, it wasn't a crazy night. I think the implication was that somebody from a different time period got dropped into.
And then he banged one of the ladies here, and that's who they are.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Ladies. Don't underestimate him.
A maiden.
A maiden, yeah, a wench.
He did more than that.
He was a good night.
He gave many ladies a good night.
Okay. They believe that the cave, they know that the cave has some special powers through time. Like they've had experiences of seeing people through time appear and disappear on the outskirts of the cave, and they've found they found it. So they worship it. They think it has some great power. They want to honor and protect it. And they thought maybe the reason they're the knights is because they thought that one knight was protecting its secrets from all this time. They're carrying on the lineage. So obviously, small town. They were trying to keep it themselves. They're not trying to. They don't. They're not gonna. What was that thing that happened with the FBI where they shot those people that were hung up in the house? Not Waco, or was it Waco? No, that was in Texas.
Yeah, it
Was
was.
it?
Yeah, it was in Waco, Texas. It was the
I'm
Branch
thinking.
Davidian. Is that what you're
Were
talking
they
about? Where they like burned?
Fucking Breonna Taylor, what?
No, there was an FBI standoff where there was people hiding out in the house. Maybe it was Waco, but then like the guys eventually like stepped out and they shot him to death. And they shot like one or two other people, but it didn't need to be as bad as it was. But something like that, like you don't want to mess with the FBI being this small group of people. So they're trying to figure out a way to, I don't know, get them out of there, but stealthily. So that's the characters. The mayor that we talked about before,
Like cheese.
Mayor Swiss Cheese, Mayor Arthur. And that is it. That's 16 cards. It's 4 rounds for the mid part. I don't know why. That's weird. When Random and I did it the other time, we were getting, I think we got like 3 anomaly card, like an anomaly card every like 3 cards.
Wow.
I was like, come on, really? Again? I just made it do something. And like, let the rest of the characters resolve it before we move on to the next one. But nope. The game has other thought. Didn't believe in the
Yep.
heart of the cards, man.
This is getting pretty interesting.
Liking it.
Yeah, I like this. It's a lot different than the other one we did too, because it's not like anything. Like, it's not evil or malicious. It's just
Right.
what the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, we gotta finish this up soon, guys.
Yeah, dude.
Like I said, I'm on work the next 2 days, then the weekend. So
Maybe
yeah, some
Friday.
time. Yeah, I'm game.
You might be busy at night.
We can do it
That's
early.
fine.
We don't have to do super late.
Alright, for sure.
Since I'm not working the next 2 days, if it is a little later than normal, that's fine with me.
Oh, okay.
Normally, the only reason I have to do it at 7 is because I have to wake up at 6 every morning.
Oh, gotcha.
So I don't want to be up here till like midnight for me, and then get ready for bed.
Oh,
So
yeah, I
that's
bet.
why I usually. It usually takes us a couple, like 2 or 3 hours. That way, we'll be done by 10. I can go to sleep at a decent time. But yeah, since I don't have to work, it doesn't matter.
Cool. And yeah.
Friday sounds good.
Alright, guys. Take it easy. It was fun.
See you, man.
Later.
Where's your cave, Bernie?
Hmm?
Your cave.
Oh, I love it. Now you just need to embed that crystal into. You need like stuff like a bayonet and like an old timey doll, and then like a skeleton.
Alright, now let's put it in the background.
Right, I gotta get my kids ready for bed. It's super late. Agent Storm. Actually, Agent Storm turned out really well. It all turns out pretty good too. This is actually pretty good. This actually looks really good. You need to.
That's like a random character for some reason. Like the last time we did it, I made up what's his name, Salvatore, and he ended up. So
Oh, LPS, I haven't shown you this. Before
am I
you...
looking? I'm ready to see whatever.
Where did I save it?
What are you drawing that with, by the way? Is it like a stylus, or are you
Yeah, I have
just
a
like?
tablet. I have a drawing tablet.
Okay,
Can you guess what
Yeah,
this is,
it's
LPS?
I can't see it. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that would be the giant obelisk from our on Mars.
Like, there's... So that's why I began to draw this, and then I started not drawing everything but this. But so here's Billy Bob and Sigourney Weaver. I have only drawn.
I just see the 2 heads.
There's Billy Bob's outline right there, and I haven't drawn Sigourney
I like
Weaver.
how the heads have different hairstyles.
Yeah, this one only has the 3 hairs. The other one's gonna be like a,
I like that.
an army cut.
The flat top.
Exactly. gonna put these boys. Fucking Chad talking to the miner. The cave.
Put her shooting the miner.
Oh shit. Okay, yeah, I gotta draw a gun on her.
You got to fill out Frederick though, because he's probably like the primary character. He's like the main narrative character.
He's literally the doctor from Animaniacs. Like I looked up and drew exactly him instead.
I know you might want to tweak him a little bit because he's like literally.
I drew the poodle hair on him. Because
Well,
normally he's bald. You know what I'm saying?
It's like if I draw Mickey Mouse and then give him an afro, it's Disney's still gonna come after me with the
What
DMCA.
are they gonna do? Come at me, Disney. Come at me, Warner Brothers, bro. Fine.
Like how it's always a random character that just for some reason.
German. I just
German.
German.
It's like,
I heard German.
well, it's because last time it was like Billy Bob,
Yeah.
the two-headed, like what?
Bob and Salvador, and then the other guy that was mute ended up being like the primary or one of the primary villains.
It's always the random character.
Curly mustache.
But
German mustache. I don't want to draw that German mustache.
oh yeah, you can give him. If he's gonna have a mustache, I feel like it's gonna have to be either a thin, like kind of thin one, or like a
Fucking
one of the.
what's the bad guy from Aladdin?
Jafar?
Jafar's fucking.
Mustache. I like it.
I don't know what his fucking. I gotta look up Jafar, but it is something crazy like that. Oh shit! I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Not so fast, Jafar.
His hair is like gray or whitish, but his mustache he uses just for men.
Keep a little bit in there. Got the whole fucking. Give him the double lip thingy. Trying to make him like, but he's too smart. He can't. God, he started like now he looks like a fucking Chinese, like a
Like
fucking Genghis Khan looking motherfucker.
yeah, I don't.
Mustache, probably.
Don't change hair. I'd say like tweak his nose or something. Like give him like more of a pointy Roman, like not. Like, hold on, well, anime. Let me look up the Animaniacs picture.
It's literally that. Damn it, and I drew this on the wrong layer, and I wanted to erase it.
Oh yeah, change his nose so it's not so bulbous and crooked. Like maybe make it change the parameters of that. Maybe he has some weight to him, like thicker cheeks or something. Um, and he can have hair. Like maybe he doesn't need to be bald. Maybe he has a comb over.
He has hair.
Oh my god, he's literally wearing like.
Oh, I love
Maybe
cartoons
give
so
him.
much.
Maybe give him. Give him. Oh yeah. Look at this one. Hold on. Maybe give him not Zoidberg. You know what I'm talking about, Professor.
Farnsworth.
What's his face's nose? Yeah, give him Professor Farnsworth's nose.
That okay. So that's the same character.
I know, but I mean,
Oh, I thought you were
maybe.
giving me a picture of Professor Farnsworth.
Oh no. Here,
Give him Scruffy's mustache.
Well, that's what I
That's
did.
why.
That's what I did on what's his name. Where is
Yeah,
it?
I know. I just mess with it.
That's pretty much what I did. I do Scuffy's mustache, and then I'm like, ooh, I think it looks better with black with white highlights.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll draw that. Ooh, that's a heck of a schnauzer. All right.
And maybe the ears too. Like work on that. Just find ways to like change it out a little bit. I gotta get kids ready for it. We'll sync up, but Monday would be fine for me, even during the day.
What day are you talking about? Monday? I
Sorry,
gotta
Friday.
work.
Friday.
I'm bad.
Friday we're good, man.
All right, later, guys.
Later.
Yep. I'll take off too. I'll
See
catch you
ya.
later.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.